ready for this. This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. This.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Great records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design.
One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, you can bear, we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, live up where we don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, you can bear, we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, live up where we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
I'm a champion.
I'm a champion.
I'm a champion.
Heart of a champion.
You're a champion.
Heart of a champ. Heart of a champion. Yeah. Stop. Don't stop. Come on, free. Keep it going. Come on. Champion lane. Go renegade style. Never wait, don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Ain't stop. You will find the heart of a champion.
Get ready for this. This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. This.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different. Low key be savage. And to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. I swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of the champion.
One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, you can bear what we coming back. That's how we roll. Go renegade style, if we're going on the style, time to break through. Come on, free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Heart of a champion. You're a champion. Heart of a champ. Heart of a champion. Yeah. Stop. Don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Go renegade. Go renegade style. Go renegade style. Time to break through and come on, free. Inside you will find the heart of a champion.
Get ready for this. This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. This.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the very final day, the final 8, now the final 4 here at the eSerie A team. We're very excited to see who's going to come out on top today as the victor, the best FIFA player in Italy is who we are crowning today. My name is Questo and joined by Aggie, and very excited to get into today's game.
Yeah, definitely. This is what we've been waiting for. I mean, we have seen a lot of quality players, but now we're down to the last 4, and they've been impressing us in their own unique way. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, let's have a little recap of what happened yesterday. Of course, our final 8 we just mentioned has changed into a final 4. So it was an interesting day, it had to be said. We had some surprises, some games that didn't surprise us that much, had to be said as well. But ultimately, I feel as if we have the 4 best players.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about surprises, and I think the only standout surprise that has come for me was that we didn't see our reigning champion, Danny Pitbull, come here to the final 8. But I think looking at the final 4 players, I think I expected at least 3 of them to be here today. So yeah, the favorites have seemed to deliver the job so far.
They have done. Obviously, we had 4 fantastic games, every single one, apart from the final one, going all the way to extra time, all by the same sort of, I want to say, mold. It was very much a solid lead for one squad. Someone would bring it back, but then ultimately that player would also lose in the extra time. So yeah, every single game was super, super interesting yesterday, and it was really good fun. Of course, the 4 teams that we do have coming on through is Venezia FC. We have Kareem representing them, Salernitana, which is represented by Montaxa, and then of course Torino, represented by Auburn, and Sassuolo, represented by Figurino. So who's your favorite today? Because we've had this discussion. We kind of agree as well. There's a mixed bag over there in the studio, but we're kind of agreeing on the same length here.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Auburn just because I don't think he'll necessarily be happy with the way he played yesterday. But being down with 2 goals against a top quality player like Hartixel and be able to turn it around and score 3 goals and make that comeback just proved to me that I'll keep having him as my main favorite.
It's a solid pick, has to be said. Looking through some of the highlights of the final game, this was the surprise for me, of course, seeing Figurino come through and win up against Crazy. Figurino, obviously, of Sassuolo, and Crazy representing AC Milan clash. Crazy for me was one of the favorites coming in, you know, and he's in and amongst some of the best players in the game, but just did not perform yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't his day. I think he'll agree on that. Should have done more, but we also just gotta give credit to Figurino. I mean, we haven't spoke a lot about him, but he's here now at the last 4, and arguably he's the player of the 4 who has the most LAN experience, because the 3 other players are relatively new to the scene and maybe came into the scene when the COVID hit us, so maybe he could take advantage of that today.
Maybe that experience is going to pay off. But before we do jump into the game, we're going to speak to our studio, speak to Alex and Zen, and see what they think of today's games that are coming up.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Aggie. And we have got a very exciting final day here at the eSerie A team. The schedule of the games will be that we have our first 2 semi-final matches coming up very shortly, and then also a 3rd place playoff, because obviously what is up for grabs for these players is playoff spots to the FIFA 22 Global Series. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd will get them. So that 3rd place playoff is still very, very important. But kind of going over it, we've got obviously a big match coming up, first of all, in Kareem and Montaxa. We've had a little bit of a chat. Obviously, they've already said who they think is going to be their favourites over on there. You let us know wherever you are watching. Who do you think is going to go ahead and become our eSerie A champion? Who do you think it's going to be, Zen?
Well, I'm pretty unsure, to be honest. I don't know the answer yet. But if I need to pick blind, I would say Auburn. I would say Auburn because he looked like the more stable player during the tournament, and also yesterday being able to overcome a 2-0 loss in the first leg wasn't something easy to do, and of course only the best players can overcome such difficulties. Auburn was the only one, so he's my pick for today, Alex.
Yeah, Auburn did really well yesterday to come back from that 2-0 deficit, changing to the 3-5-2, having a bit of a tactical change and managing to overcome Hartixel and advancing through to our semi-final. For myself, I'm going to go for Kareem. I think Kareem, like we spoke about with the emotions, being very passionate, I do think he is very, very good on his day, and I'm going to back him to go all the way and win that. But as I said, you let us know. A reminder that these players are playing for a €50,000 prize pool, with the winner claiming €15,000 in total, and the runner-up claiming €9,000, and a third, fourth get €6,000, and fourth to eighth, €3,500 each, which obviously means a lot to all these players. But as I said, it's also about that guaranteed playoff spot, which is a massive, massive thing for each and individual player that is competing here in our final four. And for you at home, while you are watching as well, you can also get your FGS swap tokens by watching this stream, which will be available from 5 PM. We can go ahead, if you watch the full 90 minutes, you can also get your crest, your FGS swap token, and your TIFO as well. Just make sure that you do have your Twitch linked to your EA account to be able to claim those tokens in game for you. We'll be getting into the match very, very shortly. Do you think, if you were one of the players right now, and you answer this at home as well, would you rather be playing first, get out of the way and done with, or do you want to play second?
Okay, that's a tricky question. I think I would like to see eventually who is gonna be my opponent in the grand final, of course. So I'd rather be in the second semifinals. I'd rather be featuring in the second semifinal, probably. Yeah, probably. A little bit of pre-tactics as well, in order to see who am I eventually facing up in the grand final. Could be helpful, but of course already to be in the top 4 in Italy for of course the FIFA players is already a very big result. Of course, Alex, you already mentioned it, but only 3 out of 4 of these guys are going to represent Italy in the global series. That's such an honor, I can say, for those players. And I mean, obviously we can say that the third place final is maybe a match that no one really wants to be in, to be playing, because of course that means you lost the semi-final. But at the same time, that's an important match because you are gaining a ticket to the FIFA Global Series, so if you win that match, so that's important too, Alex. So yeah, I'm thrilling, waiting for this grand final, for this last, but also the most important day in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of going over the players, if you did miss it yesterday, Kareem will be playing against Montaxa in our first match. Kareem, a very passionate, energetic player, very good at what he does, but did concede a few goals yesterday and at times just look a little bit shaky at the back. Montaxa, 3 weeks ago when we were last here, put goals in absolutely for fun and loves to obviously go and score plenty of them. So that'll be a very interesting match. I personally think the first match that we're going to have up in our first semi-final will feature a lot of goals. I don't think either one of these players want to very much sit back and just, take their time on that. So that should definitely be an interesting one. And then Oberon and Figurino, we spoke about Figurino yesterday. Yeah. And I was admiring so much about his versatility in his play style. I think out of the 4 players we have today, he's one of the ones that more so has a lot of things in his locker, albeit crosses, shooting from range, the over-the-top through balls, the first-time through balls, the skill moves and dancing on that left stick. He kind of does a lot of things. So I think at the minute, we spoke to him prior to this, not many people are talking about him, but he is feeling really, really confident. So Figurino is still one to definitely look out for.
Yeah, he's in a good shape. I think, of course, he showed us yesterday against AC Milan, which was the most credited player in that game. Of course, for Crazy, not the best day for such a long FIFA career, but we have, of course, Figurino representing Sassuolo, going up against Torino. I don't think this would be an easy match for both sides. Honestly, if I have to choose who is better amongst those 4 players at defending, I rather pick Obrun, because he showed that in defense he can be really strong. At the same time, Figurino is so versatile, so creative on the offensive end, can put him into troubles, I think. So 2 semifinals who I can't choose between those games because they are two banger of a game, Alex.
Yeah, of course they are. And we will be expecting to see a lot of the 4-3-2-1. I did put a tweet out earlier on asking you lot, what did you make of the football that we saw yesterday? And it was the 4-3-2-1 predominantly, with a few 4-1-2-1-2 narrows. And then obviously we saw over and run that 3-5-2. Yeah, so if you sat at home, you can admire some of the formations and tactics that some of these players are implementing into the game and then bring them into your own game. But we do have our first semi-final ready, so we'll be passing you back over to Chris and Aggie. Take it away.
Yeah, we are introducing the players. Things are nearly ready to go here, Aggie, before this first semi-final, which should be a very interesting one. You know, I agree with them that we will see a lot of goals here, and I hope that is the case. Every single game I said, apart from that last one yesterday, went all the way to extra time. So will we see that today? That is the question. But Kareem up against Montaxa. We haven't spoken about Montaxa too much, but a decent win for him yesterday coming on through. But Kareem, it will feel like he's the favorite here today.
Yeah, I will say it's hard for me to separate these two players. I mean, they proved themselves during this competition, but especially also on a global level, where Kareem is ranked number 1 in Eastern Europe right now, which is massive. Like we're speaking a lot of huge countries, and for him to keep this consistency and be here as well, he's probably the favorite on paper. I'll just say that I think Montaxa's looked a little bit better considering the performances here in this competition.
So do you think, you know, when you look at Kareem, we're talking about being the world number 1. Obviously, this is online where most of that is kind of worked out. Do you think the land setting maybe isn't, you know, fitting him as much? We see how, I mean, we've talked about it so much as well, how passionate he gets, how frustrated he can get as well. Do you think that the land setting maybe weighs on his mind a little bit?
I think it could play a part because I really don't think that when he's playing at home and winning all in the competition that he's having those frustrations.
Yeah.
Because I genuinely don't believe that, regardless of what we think, I don't think that it's the way to approach, which is a pretty biased, obviously, because he's here now.
Yeah.
He's in the semi-final, so in theory, he haven't really done anything wrong. But I just feel like now when you're at a semi-final and you're so confident and you're at the very last stage of the competition, you're playing someone who is arguably the same level as you, that you can't do these things now. Now you have to be like 100% in your zone, in your own zone. But it worked for him so far, so it's pretty hard for me to, you know, kind of come with anything that take away his favorite role.
And it's quite the contrast, you know, when we've seen Montaxa play, he doesn't show his emotion as much. He's very calm and collected, and I'm curious if that's going to affect Kareem. And also, I would just like to point out that Zen did actually say that he thinks Oberon was going to win, but he just doesn't want to jinx it because he wants Kareem to win. And obviously with him being a Venezia fan. So I just thought I'd let everybody know that. He hasn't broke the curse himself. I'll let him continue to say that he thinks Oberon's going to win, but I just thought I would inform everyone top. So there's definitely people over there in the studio who are more on the Kareem side, but fully on the Oberon side. Of course, these two very much could meet in that grand final, and I think on paper, if you're looking at both these two games, that is the expected matchup. However, we still have a lot of FIFA to go through before we do get there, and of course, that ever important 3rd to 4th place game. But both the losers of both the semi-finals will play up against each other for that final spot in the qualification, of course. But that's what everyone is after. That trophy on your screen for this weekend. And hopefully, we'll be ready to head into the very first game of the second day here. I keep saying weekend. It's not the weekend. I say it all the time. I'm just so used to talking.
You're used to
weekends.
it. And it's interesting for Kareem and as well for Montaxa and also Oberon that I'm pretty sure they're already qualified for the playoffs. So maybe that takes away a little bit of the pressure that, you know, obviously there's still going to be a big amount of pressure because you want to be the best in your country, and these players here will be the favorite to go to the FIFA World Cup as well, just because of their performances so far. So I think I can understate enough how big of a game between these two players. There are they are the players right now to beat, not just here in Italy, but in Europe.
There's a lot of good players in Europe. There is a lot of good players, but a lot of them originate here in Italy at this moment in time. And of course, it's going to be very interesting come the summertime when things start rolling around in the FIFA World Cup, etc., and see how things are going to break down there. But in the here and now, it's very, very high level. Very high level that we are yet to get underway, unfortunately. A couple of issues on the stage. I do apologize. We'll get things rolling as soon as we can. But speaking of the stage, it is a lovely one. I've had the team here showing it off to me yesterday. He was like, look at my stage. And I was like, oh, it's very nice. Lots of LED panels, which is never a bad thing.
Well, we love it. We love to see it. And I think it also shows what kind of tournament this is.
Exactly.
And what's on the line. I mean...
it would be very, very easy to not put as much effort into this, but really a huge shout out to all the guys behind the production, behind the stage, behind the scenes here at the eSerie for putting on a fantastic show. There's many organizations who just wouldn't bother, but really that is it is a fantastic stage. A nice setting in Milan as well. I know you've been having a good time in Milan. I've not necessarily had as much fun as I did last time, just because I've been a bit sick. Unfortunately, I didn't get out of my bed until about 2 hours ago, and I just want everyone at home to know that, because I need the sympathy as much as I possibly can. Anyway, it does seem as if we are nearly ready to get into the game between Venezia and, of course, the side of Salernitana. Very, very interested to see which way this one goes. A lot of people will be probably putting their money on Kareem to walk away as the winner here, but Montaxa is not a pushover by any stretch of the imagination. Here we go into this one. It's going to be Kareem. The Venezia kit from left to right. Salernitana, right to left, represented by Montaxa.
I think we're going to see the 4-3-2-1 once again for both players. That's what worked for them yesterday. And they're so confident in their own abilities and with how they perform throughout this season that they don't want to change anything.
Maybe an opportunity here for Venezia and for Kareem immediately. The shot cancel in with Dybala switching onto the right, and it's going to have to be a save coming in immediately. Kareem off to the races already. Teo Hernandez now is going to whip that one in towards the back post. First goal of the semi-final already comes for Kareem. And it's Venezia that take the lead here against Salernitana. It was so well worked. The short corner onto Teo Hernandez's right foot. And there is Koulibaly at the back post. It makes it 1-0 to Kareem and to Venezia.
Yeah, that's the start you want to get. Very, very good start for Kareem. Starting out before with the shot cancels, twists and turns a bit and find a good angle, and just keeping that momentum after and keeping that pressure by doing the cross after a short corner. Let's just follow this.
Has to be careful. Ronaldinho in the box. Now Dybala, the Argentinian, will find Hullet on the edge. Has to be defended well here by Kareem. That pass is not going to be intercepted. Dybala, the shot cancel as well, but Kareem, wise to it, will survive that initial attack of the kickoff from Salernitana, and well defended in the end by Kareem. A momentary scare. He will survive after his initial goal early on.
Yeah, good defending, and I think both players showing here from the beginning that their abilities offensive-wise are on a very high level, as Alex and Sen spoke about as well. Would be an entertaining match, probably with a lot of chances created, because both players can do great things offensively, like here.
So well done, Ronaldo. The shot cancel in a second for Kareem, and this is much more like it from the youngster. We haven't seen that potential so far over the eSerie playoffs and the final eight, and this is a lot more like it. It's going to be R9 who finds the shot into the top left corner, but the shot cancels is what's creating the room for him. And so far, Montaxa has no answer for it.
Oh, that's really the start you want to get here in a semi-final. Very nice goal once again, and Kareem haven't really showed a lot of skill move, but he doesn't really have to, because he's been so good at choosing the right passing options, and once again he works his way into the ball and into the box and just find that extra pass as he's been doing throughout the entire competition.
Koulibaly coming across on Dybala there. It will ultimately result in a goal kick.
I think Montaxa needs to be very cautious now, just because you don't want to concede one more, especially with a right now it's just feeding Kareem with confidence as well. And he looks very confident the way he's been starting out this match, and kind of a different expressions we've seen from Kareem, I think, in terms of the body language. He looks obviously focused right now, but not as emotional so far.
Well, I mean, I think that's because each of his chances that he has had has found the back of the net so far. And I think you see the frustrations come out in him when he's up against it, really, don't you? And so far, so good, though. When you have 2 chances, you score them both. What's to be mad about?
I think we're going to see some of the through balls as well from Montaxa, which he has been very successful with, and it's probably one of those things they will try to take advantage of here in order to try to come back to the match, because they haven't really created that chance yet that they want to, but maybe it's time now.
Yeah, maybe it's here. Ronaldinho steps it inside on 9, and it's well defended in the end by Kareem. Koulibaly who gets in the way, the short corner. Going to pay off here as it's now whipped in towards Holland, but Moynihan very much off his line quickly and will get a hold of that ball. A slight scare for Venezia will be dealt with.
Yeah, small, maybe trying just there to replicate what Kareem did on the corner, just taking it short, do the sprint boost in order to get that angle where you can find the far post, where you most likely will have a good header. Unfortunately for Montaxa, the timing isn't quite there compared to Kareem's goal. But that's been the difference. It's more efficient and clinical and more productive, really.
Yeah, he's had more of the ball and, well, has more of the goals, as mentioned. Good so far, but well defended that time by Montaxa. Salernitana will be able to get this one away. Dybala, though, going to lose out in the middle of the park, and all of a sudden R9 can stick Ronaldinho in, goes for the pass across. Oh, does he? It's just a shot here from Kareem, and it's a mistake from Montaxa, and Venezia and Kareem continue to punish him. 3-0 after 35 minutes in the first leg, and this is dominant from Kareem so far.
Yeah, and he instantly pauses the game, Montaxa, because he knows that he can't continue like this, and he's really up against it now. It's looking tough, and Kareem, what a start to this match. I mean, usually you would expect the first semi-final of the day to be much more cagey, but as he's playing right now, he could potentially seal out the game already after 35 minutes. Montaxa looked like he was switching away from the narrow diamond. I have to say that I haven't been impressed with the narrow diamond in this competition. I don't think it offers you the same opportunities on a LAN event as it does when you're playing at home. There's a difference, and it's very hard to play with it. So maybe he's in for a change.
Maybe. I think it's the 4-3-2-1 that really has been coming to the forefront so far over the weekend. It's a formation I like to use myself as well. It's just, it has a bit of everything. You kind of start to overload yourself on players, and it just makes things very, very easy when you find in routes forward. There is plenty of options for passes. Raheem now in the middle here for Kareem. 3-0 is not insurmountable for the side of Montaxa, I would say. It's not, it's not a great position to be in by any stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, you could see Montaxa scoring 3 if you can switch things up. The next goal, I think, is super crucial. Montaxa cannot let it be Kareem's. If he can find 3-1 after the first game, not so bad.
Yeah, I think he definitely needs to get at least one goal. I have this thumb rule that playing a best of 2, you cannot afford and you cannot allow to be behind with more than 2 goals coming into the second leg. That's just, it's just gonna be too hard on this level to work your way back. You're gonna have to force too many things and take too many risks in terms of trying to get back. And usually it just becomes worse for you if you're behind with 3 and you have to chase that in a second leg. Then you're just gonna lose with more. And especially on this level, with when you're playing against a player like Kareem, who is ranked where he is and playing the way he is, then picking up 3 goals, yeah, might be doable, but he's going to score some goals as well.
Second half coming up. Venezia and Kareem very much in the driving seat here in this first semi-final of the day. Montaxa, the side of Salernitana. You need to turn this round. You need to figure out a way to do it very, very quickly. Keep forgetting to pick up a jersey whilst I'm in Milan here. I know plenty of people in Milan would be pointing me towards two specifically, I would imagine. But it has to be said. I'll say it time and time again. Venezia kits. Zen. Give me a good Italian word to describe the Venezia kits.
Magnifica.
Magnifica. He even put you on. Look at that. Wow. I mean, the production just doing on all levels here. Yeah, Magnifica, I think, is absolutely correct. Every single one of them is just quite beautiful. I haven't had a chance to actually go and grab one, which is quite a shame. Nonetheless, here we go. We'll continue here into the second half here for Venezia. I wonder if Zen can send me one, maybe. Who knows? Salernitana has to be done for you here now. Montaxa needs to turn it around. I think that rule of two heading into the second game really should be something that he is thinking about. He needs to at least find one, you would think. The way that Kareem has been playing, he's not just been attacking well, he's been defending superbly also. Rudhulit now. Back to Tonali.
I think you haven't done anything wrong this game.
Nothing. Not a thing. And he might well do more right here with Ronaldinho. Going to pass this one across, well defended in the end. This one will go behind for another corner. Short one. Is now going to be played to Dybala. Hernandez, is he looking for that back post once again? Spreads it out wide. Ronaldinho offside. One of the first mistakes that we have seen from Kareem in that moment. But still, Salernitana and Montaxa have offered little to nothing here so far.
Yeah, I had one decent opportunity where he ultimately got written by Kareem. So maybe he could do something here.
Possibly with R9. Inside the box, turns it. Ronaldinho now. Is this still going to stay with Salernitana and stay it with Montaxa? No, it is not. Well defended by Kareem. And then all of a sudden, do you have the men back to defend this? Hey, Lorenzo has runners in front of him. Has all 9 dropping into that gap to help him up. Or Brahim, Tonali, Hullett all combining in the middle here for Venezia. Hernandez now doesn't have much option around the left-hand side. Eventually will whip the ball in, but doesn't find anything. Salernitana can get this one away.
And just need to try to work his way back into this match now. Montaxa, defensive-wise, has been much better here in the second half, but you could argue that because Kareem has a 3-goal lead, there's no need to.
Doesn't need overextend.
Yeah, exactly. He's in the pole position, and Montaxa needs to try to climb back. Could be something.
Possibly.
Interesting pass, yeah.
Yeah, Quadrado is looking for the pass into Ronaldinho. Can't quite find it. And yeah, for the side of Kareem, yeah, you're very, very right. 3 goals to the good. Why would he stretch himself unnecessarily here in the second half? We are only in the first leg, but still, don't risk anything if you're Kareem. You offer a goal back through a mistake or overloading, looking for your 4th, then maybe that gives Montaxa that route back in, that little bit of encouragement to get back into the game. It's a good ball forward now to Dybala. A little bit of room, goes for the finesse, and there you go. We talk about that little bit of momentum, and that's the kind of thing that can swing a game with the Montaxa. Finding the top right corner with Dybala, and this is game on.
And we saw a similar goal for him yesterday, I believe, and the finesse shot, timed green, is always going to be a chance, and as we could see as well, he did change his formation here for the second leg, which for the second half, sorry, where again I think it just goes to show that the players here need to stop playing the narrow diamond, because at a event it's just so advanced to play against a formation where you can use the wings, and I think we saw it yesterday with Open as well, being behind playing the narrow diamond. He realized I have to get some width. I have to play the 3-5-2 or another formation that allows me to cover the entire pitch really, with and without the ball. And that's exactly what Montaxa has been doing here with the formation. And obviously haven't really created the big chances, but took his one chance. And then if he can keep this result, you can try to kind of regroup for the second leg and figure a way to break down Kareem, because you haven't allowed any chances inside the box for now, Kareem.
See if Kareem can find a route through and restore this 3-goal lead. Di Lorenzo now just taking his time. No rush for Kareem. Raheem now down this right-hand side. Pass inside to Ronaldinho on. Yes, it is. A fake shot inside, looking for the scoop. Reverse elastico, just trying to find a little bit of room with the Brazilian. Not many in the game better at dribbling than this man. Finds a little bit of room down this right-hand side. Escapes from his play. Now back to Brahim. He skips inside as well, just looking for that small gap to play that killer pass. Will be recycled back now to Theo Hernandez, already an assist to his name. Still, for Salernitana, for the side of Montaxa. A lot of defenders back right now. He knows he doesn't need to concede again.
Yeah, the way he's been distributing the ball, and not like you can see how good Kareem is at always making the right decision when he's going to attack. He's very good at just waiting. You can see how much Montaxa is trying to actually press him with 2 players and just try to trap him.
Dybala in the box, the shot cancel and gets his shot away. It's going to be Magnan who makes the big save, but very well worked out of absolutely nothing. All of a sudden, the pressure is on. Dybala will whip this ball in. Theo Hernandez was arriving, and that one will be played away now by Salernitana. Montaxa, can he counter-attack here? Seems not. Venezia will get the bodies back to get them in the way. Counter-attacking threat was there, but also the threat from Venezia and from Kareem still lingers. It's a big challenge towards the back as Brahim will now get this one away. Ronaldinho down this right-hand side. The Brazilian has his compatriot in the middle of an R9. Tonali. Now to Brahim. Pass inside is on once again to Tonali, but chooses to go to Ronaldinho, the AC Milan legend. Di Lorenzo now. Back to Koulibaly. And I think for Kareem, he's kept a lot of possession in this game. Hasn't allowed Salernitana and Montaxa to do anything.
It's been a very mature performance by Kareem, I'll say. Let's
I
follow
would say
this.
so. Maybe another goal. Koulibaly with a big, big challenge. But I think you're right. The word is mature for Kareem, and with a very, very good first game out of him with a 3-1 lead. Is a very, very solid performance. Montaxa is going to have to bring a different level here in the second leg because Kareem seems to be on his game today. A very, very impressive performance from him there, and I'd imagine the guys over in the studio will have a lot to say about that. A mature performance from Kareem was the words that Aggie used, and I'd imagine you guys over there will agree.
Yeah, definitely. We were just talking as we were watching that game and saying that Kareem, emotional player, but it seems like he has come to play and perform today. I mean, to actually limit Montaxa to only really one chance, and it's from range, Dybala, weak foot. It was a fantastic finesse shot from Montaxa just to claw something back. But as a whole, Kareem will be very happy with that first leg.
Yeah, I think so, Alex, because Kareem probably learned the lesson yesterday and, of course, in the previous days as well. But yesterday, of course, he let Sampdoria recover to nil deficit because he wasn't so calm, so focused, just like he is today. And in this first game, he really showed why he's one of the best here in Italy. He played a hell of a first leg, Alex. Of course, with only, I think, a couple of minutes into the game, he already scored his first goal in a situation that we don't often see from a corner with Koulibaly. Then that's incredible for him. Very good game. He needs to be focused, to stay focused, I mean, going into the second leg, because we know for a fact that Montaxa is really hard to kill.
Yeah, definitely. And that's exactly what Aggie said. It was a mature performance from Kareem, which is something we haven't seen too much from him over, the eSerie A tournament here. And it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out into the second leg, because credit to Montaxa, 3-0 down, paused it, said, you know what, this isn't working, I'm going to change to the 3-5-2 as we do put up the highlights for you. And he made that change and he manages to get a goal back, giving him that 2-goal deficit, which we've seen plenty of players come back from throughout this week. So maybe the same again, but just the first goal coming on here, some lovely little footwork with that left foot, crossing it in, Koulibaly raising and jumping over that man and slotting that one in. Kareem very, very happy. He definitely started the game on top and putting that pressure on Montaxa. by that point, we didn't think, you know what, there'll be another goal coming as quick as it did from that. And this is where you saw the composure. R9 shimmying back on with that fake shot cancel and then just laying it into that near post. And that there for me was where we knew Kareem is definitely here to play.
Yeah, he is here to play, and maybe also here to win, because we are seeing him really focused again, and really motivated as well, because in this third goal he scored all of his power with Ronaldinho on the left hand side, and of course, for Montaxer, this is a very hard situation to overcome now, because Karim showed that also in the back he gave up basically 0 chances. The only chance Montaxer had to be built from the Salernitana player, and then also to be scored with another uncommon way, with Dybala right foot, which is of course not his best one.
Yeah, then that's where that 5-star weak foot would have come in and been absolutely everything there for him. But that's something as well that maybe Montaxer thought, as a shift into that 3-5-2, Cuadrado in that right mid position, coming back on defence obviously when he doesn't have the ball. But in that left mid position, Dybala, regardless of whether you know it's a 5-star weak foot or not, you're expecting Dybala to be hitting it on the left foot. So to have him cut inside on the right foot, naturally, Kareem may have just thought, I don't need to worry about this as much, and just allowed that green time finesse shot to come through. And that could prove to be a very, very vital goal going into that second leg. Like Aggie mentioned, a 3-goal deficit in competitive FIFA is very difficult to pull back after 90 minutes. But that 2-goal deficit, if Montaxer can go out there, grab that first goal in 20, 25 minutes, he then has a very, very good chance. Now, if you are Montaxer and you know you've got to come out and you've got to win this match to go through into that final, would you stay with a 3-5-2 and say, you know what, I've got nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think so, Alex. I would stay with a 3-5-2 because it already proved to be maybe the best formation to fight the Venezia guy. Because also, if I remember correctly, Obrun used it in the matchup against Karim in the winner bracket, and of course Obrun could actually get past Karim and send him, of course, into the loser bracket. So that's maybe an area that in which Karim struggles a little bit fighting that 3-5-2. Let's also say that at the same time, the fact that you have that left or right wing going like full on the right or left hand side is very hard to defend. For the fact that, of course, it offers an extra option into the box.
Yeah, definitely. And that's where we saw Hartixel yesterday against Obrun.
Exactly.
Obrun coming out with that 3-5-2 and Hartixel saying, you know what, I'm going to stick in my normal formation. I don't need to change that. And that's where, if we do see that happen here with Montaxer, he comes out and he says, I'm going to stick in that 3-5-2. Kareem then has a decision to make. Does he believe he can win that match or hold out, let's say, in the 4-3-2-1? Or does he want to go to a direct counter of the 3-5-2? Maybe the 4-2-3-1, leaving those attacking mids, in a more attacking position? Or does he just want to stick with a 4-3-2-1 and hope that he doesn't concede those goals? Which will, we don't know. That's how that second leg is going to play out. It's one that is going to tee up to be spicy. As I've said before, Kareem and Montaxer, both of them known for their attacking play style. But also, recently here in Italy and across the world, footballing has managed to go ahead and launch the campaign to keep racism out. You can go ahead and represent your kit in-game on FIFA 22, which, like we've said yesterday, we want to keep it out in the real world and on the virtual pitch as well. And it is all about that message. So go ahead and represent. And I keep saying it to you, but you keep loving using the kit, don't you?
Oh yeah, I love to use the kit, not just because it is a beautiful kit, but also because of the message that is sending to kick racism out of our pitch is crucial in this 21st century.
Definitely. And I'm sure it gives you some more wins as well, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm winning every game basically now.
So make sure you go and you use that kit in game at home. But we will have the second leg coming up very soon. Can you see Montaxer pulling this one back?
Well, I think he still has a chance. We already saw it yesterday twice. I mean, 3 times. 2-goal lead getting overcome.
Yeah.
But I mean, Karim today looks like the stronger side. I don't want to curse him just yet, of course. Just like Chris said during the first leg. But yeah, I think Montaxer still has a big chance to play his best football.
There's one thing that you've realised is that Zen here doesn't like to make any bold statements. So we'll throw it back over to Chris and Aggie for the second leg.
And that second leg is already underway. Let's jump straight into the action here. Between Venezia and Salernitana, now Karim. Can he lock this one in? Or can we see the comeback from Montaxa? I wonder. 3-1 down. Can he find 2 goals? Does the chip ball through over towards Hullet immediately? And oh my word! Out of absolutely nothing, the chance comes his way. And that's typical Montaxa. The ball's cut forward. There you go from Hullet. Headed down. Bang, 3-2, game on.
And there's nothing random in that. He's been doing the entire tournament, just using Hullet as a kind of player he can use to come sprinting to inside the box. And yesterday we saw him just take the ball down himself and put it into the net, and this time he plays it over to Ibra, and Montaxer is back.
Maybe. He has to be careful not to concede here. No, my word, it's just so well worked from Karim. My goodness me. Answers back immediately. Whatever you can do, I can do better. And it's just so well worked from Ronaldinho. Karim's still complaining about that first goal, but he gets one back immediately, and there you go, that 2-goal lead is restored.
Yeah, and he made it look so easy there. I think was a lovely goal. Just again, I was gonna say just before Montaxa scored that I think was one of the most dominant performances we've seen so far in the first leg, because it's not just a normal player he's playing against, Karim. So to be able to keep him away from scoring more than 1 goal was pretty remarkable. And the same way he created a lot of chances, it looks like he's going to continue to do so here.
No, R9 inside the box is exactly where you want them if you are Karim. Now Ronaldinho goes for the snapshot as well, but my man will just about get in the way.
He's also, I will say there, that's some questionable defending, the way he just allows Karim to run inside the box. Now I'm just looking at the red cursor, which is Montaxer's. I see he's not even having his player close to the situation, the player he manually controls, which is a big risk to take against a player like Karim, who knows how to kind of dribble the AI. So has to be a bit more manual, I'll say.
Well played from Karim. That press comes through, and the offside trap works that time. Well defended this time though from Montaxa and from Salernitana. This ball will be played forward. Ronaldinho now, Hullet. Wide to Quadrado. The answer back immediately here. Montaxa now. Ibrahimovic out wide. Has to go backwards. Pressed out by Venezia.
Just taking the chances here with the offside traps. It high risk, high reward, but works out for now. We gotta say, it does certainly look like a player that's peaking right now. You see high pressure there as well from Montaxer, which could give him some space here with Dybala.
Dybala trying to skip by Maldini. Has to play this one backwards. Teo Hernandez now. Look at the 2 players at the back post. That's going to be something you've got to consider if you're Karim and Montaxa. There's men over there if they want to cross the ball in. Hullet. Back to Dybala. Just looking for a little bit of room, but every time that Karim has found even what seems to be a half chance, he's buried it.
I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised as well, just looking at the players from Montaxa, and it looked like he just went back to the narrow diamond here for the second leg. And I know he scored an early goal here in the second leg, but in the first leg he weren't coming anywhere near Karim's box with the narrow diamond. Now it seems like he's giving it giving the formation the last chance.
Oh, ball cupped in towards Hullet again, but keeper comes screaming out for it. Hullet injured as well. Never ideal for the side of Salernitana. Of course, he'll run that one off. Ronaldinho now here for Venezia. Oh, has he given it away here? Di Lorenzo, not quite. Kessie is there to the rescue. Ronaldinho now just playing this round. This is calm. It's composed from Karim so far.
And I think he has to change formation now, Montaxa, if he wants to apply more pressure on Karim, because again, as I say, with the narrow diamond, it's very hard to press with, just because that you don't have any players who's you won't have the players who will manage to put pressure on his opponent's wing backs in time. He'll have too much time. He can always just switch the play, as we can see here. If he wants to, he could have gone for the switch again. He doesn't do so, which could give him a counter.
There you go, Ibrahimovic. He's got R9 in the middle, and look at Ronaldinho arriving as well. It's laid off all the way to Dybala. Ronaldinho was the pass, but Dybala will get a second look. R9 and across the keeper and in. Montaxa with another. Takes the lead in this leg. Still finds himself behind. 4-3 down now. But R9 dispatches it very, very quickly.
I think he, and again, you can't. It's a bit being sloppy, and what I refer to is that it looks like Karim made a small mistake in changing his mentality to balanced, which usually are it's not your actually preferred formation. He's been playing the 4-3-2-1, but as we could see before on the pause screen, it was the 4-5-1, I believe.
Yeah, that's the typical one for us. Although chemistry doesn't really matter, I suppose, when it comes down to.
Well, I mean, it's more in terms of you have to. The thing I mentioned about being sloppy is you have to. These details have to be on point when you're playing a semi-final at this competition. So it will frustrate him. Not necessarily the reason why he conceded, but because I obviously still think he's been playing well, but you just want to have your tactics and formations as they are and what you've been practiced with. So
as they should be.
Exactly, and that's your own responsibility. So yeah, a small chance for Montaxa to work his way back into the game.
Let's see if Venezia and Karim can enter back immediately. It's going to be Dybala trying to get across. We'll go back to the keeper. Karim will still have a lead heading into the second half of this second leg, but it is not as big as it once was. Now only down to one goal. Montaxa is chipping away at that lead. There's 3 goals behind at one point. Now it's only the 1.
And that's again, we're talking about that heading over to a second leg. If you can just keep the score with maximum being behind with 2, then you know a second leg of FIFA can be a totally different one from compared to the first one you just had, and it's been a different match really. We haven't been sitting here with the feeling that Montaxa's been kind of dominating this second leg. He's got a few more chances and he's been taking them, and now there is a chance for him. It's only 1 goal, and I wonder how much of the mental game there is, and how much of gas there is in the tank for Karim to just stay focused and being composed.
I think he would love another goal, to be honest with you. Get that 2-goal deficit back. That definitely gives you the cushion.
Yeah, that's kind of his mentality, right? He wants to outscore his opponents. And he rather wants to win 5-4 than 1-0. That's my impression, at least, seeing the game start. Now he has the chance to get that 2-goal lead again.
Sinali back to Hullet. Miss out though. Quadrado gets it off him. This ball can be played forward. Kessie now. Ball out wide to Dybala. Well played. Plenty of men back here for Karim. The pressure on here as well. Not an easy pass open for the side of Salernitana. Have to go backwards. Montaxa takes it backwards. Montaxa takes the free kick. Karim offers him it. Not going to play this one short. We'll play this one short, sorry, to Quadrado. That's a good slide challenge coming on through. Ronaldinho will get away, just about getting in the way of his own player there. Look at the runs coming on through, though. Run's going to come in here from Brahim.
Just using the player lock there. He's been good at using it throughout the competition as well, but you have to do something more extraordinary right now at this stage of the competition. I think he's been showcasing that well. See the player lock again, just using it to buy some time and get into the right angle with his players. So he's
space, isn't it? That's all it is.
Yeah, and and keeping the possession in a safe way without risking of losing possession. And see maybe a side trap there from Montaxa, but 30 minutes left.
Yeah, I think it was just the wrong pass in the end from Kareem. So it will be played wide. As he said, 30 minutes left to find a goal if you're Montaxa. Going to be coming here now with Quadrado. Tackle comes in, on a ball. Starting to knock on the door a little bit. And it's here Montaxa. Latona trying to get back into this one. It's going to be Ronaldinho in the box. We'll find the pass into Hullet, looking across for R9. Second time, finds it, big save.
You see the frustrations now. They're coming.
Can Kareem defend well? Yes, he can this time. Raheem gets a hold of the ball and will just take his time with this one. 64 minutes gone here in the second leg. Ronaldinho getting away down this right-hand side. Plays it back now to Di Lorenzo. Brahim in the middle. Skips by the midfielders. The pass in, though, to R9. Not good enough. And he'll have to defend again here, Kareem.
And there was a chance before. Got a bit fortunate. Montaxa maybe could have taken a small touch with R9. And it would have been a goal, but Kareem would be satisfied with that. Now he has 20 minutes left, and he wants to seal it out now, potentially.
He's got the runner here from R9, baits out the player switch in the lock. It's going to be Maldini who will get there, but is the pressure still on? Kareem trying to keep himself composed in these moments. 20 in-game minutes to go.
And he's over in the 3-5-2 now. Montaxa, he knows that he has to take some risks.
Yeah, well, those risks may well open up doors for the side of Kareem. R9, the ball roller is the one that escapes him, and there's the goal. That might just do it for Kareem. It's Dybala that gets it. The celebration is there, and 5-3. The 2-goal lead is restored. We need to see absolutely everything from Montaxa now.
And that's what he's trying to prepare here with his tactics, just throwing all players forward. And yeah, he's been conceding 2 goals where he lost it in the early build-up, and you'll be punished on this level if you're making those mistakes. And yeah, tough one for Montaxa, but for Kareem, you gotta say he's been the better player so far. He's been creating the most chances. And despite being a little bit under pressure here in the second leg, he's been handling it, and he's been dominating this match. So well played to Kareem. Now we just need to hold on.
Well, here we go then. Venezia now in the ascendancy, and loads of room for Ibrahimovic. This may well just kill the game off, and that could have been it for Kareem. And look at him already. He gets himself so frustrated. There may well be another moment here, though. Hullet. The game's wide open for Kareem to maybe find another goal. The reverse elastico is there. And now Montaxa, can he maybe counter-attack himself? Ibrahimovic now. Back inside. Tonali now to Hullet. Ball forward, doesn't find anything. Ronaldinho can counter-attack here. Ibrahimovic is there, and look at the man running on his left-hand side. It's going to be R9. Hullet's there alongside him, and we know that Hullet can bury these as well, and that's going to be game for Venezia. Kareem will take the win in the very first spot here in the grand finals of the Serie A team. Fantastic, fantastic performance from Kareem, and deservedly will find himself in that grand final.
Yeah, I think everyone will agree on that one, Chris. A very, very convincing performance by Kareem, and deservedly so. Maybe we'll have another goal here, but big miss, and I think it would have made any difference Karim has been cruising here after getting that 2-goal lead again, and obviously scoring with Hullet sealed out the match. And it's been deserved, as you say. He's
100%.
He's really shown the high level of FIFA, but I also think he's been showing a high level of mental-wise in terms of playing a mature match and dominating. And I think he also has managed to show
another chance. Ibrahimovic isn't going to get there. R9 will do though, and it's job done. He knows it. Honestly, I was nearly not even going to interrupt you there because this one's already done, to be honest with you, but it's just Karim once again finding the goals.
Yeah, and it's a big one, especially against a player like Montaxa. And obviously these things can happen because Montaxa knew that after he got that third goal that was definitely over, so now he started to slacking maybe a little bit, and I don't think we should put too much into results. Obviously, Karim was the better player, and he's been showing that, but as I said, I think mentally, he seems like a player where it's natural for him to like kind of complain with the body language and, you know, be expressful. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for him. I thought that in general, because I can be a bit old school, I guess, with have to be focused and concentrate and don't show too many emotions, but it's working for him, and he's in the final, so and with a convincing performance as well.
Very convincing.
I gotta say that the guy's incredible.
He's a great player and showed it off there. Karim books his first spot in the grand final. He'll wait for his opponent, who will be coming up very, very shortly as well, but that was much more of a mature performance, much better performance from Karim, and that's a bit more like it than what we have seen from him so far. Fantastic performance from Karim, and now we will go to a very short break. The second semi-final will be coming up just after this quick break.
Christmas for you, on the spot. Ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me back.
Oh, well, isn't it funny? We say that we're going to get an absolute banger of a first game with lots of goals, and they delivered.
Yeah, it absolutely delivered, Alex. What a first semi-final we just got to see here, and of course I'm very happy for Karim. He showed he was the better player in both of the legs, but we gotta give some credit also to Montaxer. His journey in this eSerie A was incredible, and of course it's not over yet because he still has a chance to qualify for the FIFA Global Series as a third place. But of course we have our first finalist, which is Karim is back from Venezia.
Yeah, and he did absolutely incredible. Just as we said, being more mature throughout that game. There was a moment where Montaxer, he got that goal first 4 minutes in. We'll have the highlights very shortly for you. And he got that goal, and you think, right, Montaxer here, he's got that chance. And he went back and forth, and Aggie was giving Montaxer the credit on the commentary. Next thing you know, Kareem's down the other end. Another goal. He made it look so simple, so easy. I think the thing for me, as we were kind of, analysing and taking a look at his play style, the way that Kareem uses his left stick dribbling to kind of bait Montaxer in and then to bring out that defender and then lays that ball off and generates a chance from that. One thing that Aggie mentioned about also was the player locks, which for you at home is where you press your left analog stick and your right analog stick in at the same time and then use your right stick to flick to the player that you want. It means that you then control the player off the ball. We're going to see the highlights and you're going to see that used exceptionally well from Kareem as well. Throughout the entire first leg, second leg, he uses that player lock feature so good, which made it very difficult for Montaxer to defend.
Yeah, it was the hardest game probably for Salernitana in this Serie A because of course he was against probably the best Italian player right now. Of course he is one best of two away from winning it all. He also already qualified for the FIFA Global Series as one of the Italian representatives, and we are seeing the highlights from both of the legs now, and of course the first one was much more dominated by Karim, but in the second one I think Montaxer played way better. Managed to score also twice, I think, in the first 30 minutes and reopened the game. But the way Karim stood focused in these two legs, also in the harder moment as well, in the hardest moment, I should say, because he was at the time one goal away to getting equalized by not Sampdoria, but Salernitana, of course. But he never lost focus, he never lost his calm, and then when he had the chance to regain more advantage, he absolutely delivered.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that's what we said about how straight away Montaxer came back using that hullet run as he's done so well throughout this entire tournament, and then Ronaldinho just linking up and that turn to find that he makes that look so easy, and you can tell that Kareem just came here today and knew that he was going to be playing some of probably the best FIFA that we've seen him play throughout this tournament. Obviously he's still got the final to come up, but Montaxer, your confidence is high, and you've grabbed that goal 3-4 minutes in, and then straight away Kareem came down the other end and slotted it to make it 4-2. And this is where Montaxer started to kind of find his way a little bit more back into the game. Obviously finding the room out on that top side. Gets a little bit lucky, but finds the R9. Doesn't second guess himself. Just says, you know what? Weak foot, 5-star weak foot. I'm going to slot that in, power it across goal, giving me the best possible chance. And that's where we got a little bit excited here in the studio, thinking Montaxer is going to give us this full way and maybe an extra time again. But this is where Kareem, which we haven't seen specifically in the 3 weeks ago when we had the whole 16 played as well, he just had that matureness about him just to say, you know what, let's defend well when we get the ball, let's take our time and let's work our chances from that. And although the emotions were there in his reactions, they played into his advantage.
Yeah, this is his way to live FIFA probably, and if it works for him, I mean, we can all be happy, and we are seeing probably the dagger in this game, of course, with the Dybala left foot, but I mean, he had to suffer in this second leg. Don't get me wrong, Montaxer played a really solid game, but of course he had to risk some more if he wanted to get the equalizer, and unfortunately for Salernitana,
the big one there,
it never came.
He gets one-on-one, and you saw that reaction. He messes it up, didn't go for the chip, he went for that ball well, then the power shot, but he doesn't make that mistake again when he gets one-on-one with the goalkeeper here. Hullet driving through, he says, you know what, last time I tried to ball wild and then power it, let's just ensure that I put this game to bed, chips it over him, smiles all round, knows full well that that is the game, set, match match won. And we've all been there. You're playing at home in rivals, champs. When you're chasing 2 goals, 3 goals, you know, you probably go to a 3 at the back, constant pressure. We saw the tactical changes from Montaxa, and then the floodgates kind of do open. So not always a true reflective side of the scoreline, obviously, with it ending 7-3 on aggregate, but obviously giving full credit to Kareem because he definitely took his chances when they come. Got a little bit lucky there with that one, but by that point, the game was done and dusted. So Kareem will be our first finalist who does guarantee himself a FGS FIFA 22 Global Series playoff spot. As you can see there, he goes through into that grand final. But the question, obviously, is who is going to join in? We have Torino Esports with Oberon coming up next for us, and Sassuolo with Figurino. And I'm very much looking forward to this next game.
Oh yes, I think this is also very, very interesting as a semi-final because we have 2 very different players. I can say, I think that Montaxer and Karim looked a little bit similar in their game styles, but this time, in these second semi-finals coming up in a few seconds, we are gonna see two opposite probably way to interpret FIFA, and also the clash between 2 different generation of players, because of course we already mentioned Figurino is the one representing the OGs, the old school FIFA players here in Italy, and on the other side, Obrun is one of the youngest players, and with Karim Obrun in the finals, we would have, of course, 2 youngsters competing for the final win, the final title and the first place, of course. But Figurino, I think he can actually prove a lot in this second semi-final.
Yeah, he definitely can. And just a reminder for you, if you are watching at home, you get your FGS swap tokens for watching this stream. If you watch 30 minutes, you'll get yourself a crest. 60 plus minutes will get you the FGS swaps token, and then 90 plus minutes will get the eSerie A TIFO. Make sure that you have your Twitch linked to your EA account to go ahead and claim those rewards. But if you're coming into this next match, let us know who you think is going to win in the second semi-final of Figurino and Obrun. We will pass it back over to Chris and Aggie for our last semi-final.
Our second and, yes, our last semi-final. This one is another interesting one, Aggie. We're looking at this, and I think a lot of people will probably lean towards the side of Torino and Oberon as well. But for Sassuolo and for Figurino yesterday, a bit of a surprise result there, and he'll need to bring up maybe a even bigger surprise here to find himself in the final.
I think it would be a bigger surprise if Figurino were able to beat Oberon, because Oberon has been arguably, as Sen said as well, the most stable player here in the competition. He went through here in the upper bracket. Figurino coming in here, and I gotta say, I spoke with him earlier today, and he were very confident. He was very confident and told me that I'm backing myself. I showed yesterday that I have a big repertoire of different tools in order to break up defenses, and I'm going to use that today. He knows it's a very good opportunity for him. He has his chance to join the history books here in Italian FIFA, and he would really try to do that now.
Yeah, well, you will have a chance here up against Oberon, but Oberon so far the only man to beat Kareem, and I think that's something that a lot of people will look towards for that grand final when we do get there, if Oberon can, of course, overcome Figurino. But Figurino really did surprise me yesterday, not just beating Crazy, but in the manner that he did it. He was dominant, never looked likely that Crazy was even going to have a chance in the game. It was just from the word go all about Sassuolo and all about Figurino. So can he do it this time around up against Torino and up against Oberon? I think it's a tall order. I think we all having that discussion around who we think can win it, and Oberon has been one of the consistently solid players throughout the whole entire tournament. And I think a lot of people will be leaning on him to go on to win it, us two included. But we are going to see, of course, there is Figurino coming into the stage now. I'm very excited to see how keen he is actually to get cracked on there. You can see him sprinting up to the stage. And I think something that you pointed out, though, the experience is there for him. But is the experience at this highest of level, when the pressure is really on in a semi-final, has he had much of that up against Oberon?
Yeah, and I also think that that obviously I'd like to include Open in the kind of newer generation of FIFA players, and I just don't think the new generation need as much of experience in order to get used to the circumstances. I just think they're a different breed, and they're coming into the competition. You can see it on Kareem as well. Yes, he's emotional, very emotional. Yes, he complains, but it doesn't really matter because he's so good at the game. So it doesn't really affect his gameplay. And
I think it's different as well, because I think when players like Kareem start coming into, the higher levels of FIFA, they know of what exists, things like this. They know of the line events that happen. I feel as if like players like, and I don't mean this in any rude way, but players like yourself, old people, like Figurino as well. These guys you guys were around, and then LAN started coming up after you guys were already there. So it's something brand new. I feel like to a lot of these youngsters, they've always kind of known of it. They always kind of know, right, okay, you go to these situations. Maybe having that in the forefront of their mind already, knowing that this is a spot that they could potentially be in, is maybe an opportunity for them to already have prepared themselves. But I think, back in the day, so to speak, it was the people who had that small amount of experience against people who wouldn't have expected to ever be in those scenarios. That maybe it's something different. It's just maybe another thought. I'm spitballing.
I think it's a lot about mindset as well.
Yeah.
I think, as I would like to describe the majority of the new generation of top FIFA players is that they're fearless, they're super confident in themselves, and it doesn't seem to, as I said, being fearless, they don't really care who they're playing against. They're focusing more on themselves, and if you're that confident, you don't get distracted by the circumstances, and I think it have been showed here towards the competition. But I will say I'm curious about this matchup just because of the way we saw Figurino play yesterday, and I do think I've been applauding Open a lot, but I do think the first leg he played yesterday, obviously he was playing against a very good player in Hartixel, and it was an incredible comeback, but I will say you'll probably have to change things up faster than he did yesterday if he starts to struggle.
Yeah, I think going up against Hartixel, it's a very different game to going up against Figurino, I would say. Figurino maybe offers something a little bit different in the sense of more classic FIFA, whereas, of course, Hartixel is that new breed. He is that guy that comes on through and will, cricket or cancel you. It's not even in the game and he'll do it to you. He will cancel his Elastigos. That kind of guy.
He's not as, I'll say
he's not as flashy.
Nah, exactly. But I also think as we speak with as we say classic FIFA, I think he's much more keen as well to do what's necessary in order to make the game maybe frustrating for Open by keeping the ball that little extra while Hartixel and which goes for the other players as well, as a more direct offensive player who just wants to score more goals instead of kind of defend the lead they already have. And that case could be different with Figurino, but he has been confident. He has been showing that he has multiple ways of getting that ball into the net. Question is, will he be doing it against Open, representing Torino? And still struggling a bit here with sound, I think.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. My sound's fantastic, though. I can hear your beautiful voice, Aggie, so that's all that matters to me. But a lot of you guys sitting at home, maybe we'll have us muted as you sit there and wait for your tokens. But if you aren't muted, then you can just sit there and watch some fantastic FIFA, which is going to be coming up very, very shortly as well. Started up at 5 p.m. You got a while to go yet, though, so you will at least have to tune in to the semi-final, and I hope you stay with us for the rest of the day as well. And what has been an absolutely fantastic tournament here at the eSerie A. Who's going to come out on top in this semi-final? I think a lot of people think it's going to be Open. I think we may be nearly ready to go into this second semi-final. I think it is just audio. I think that's what we're waiting on. Players like their specific situations. I know we spoke about yesterday, but what kind of player were you? You like to sit in silence, game sound, music?
I think I changed my style a lot. In the beginning, I was a very emotional player when I started playing. A lot of reactions when I scored. When I see them now, I almost feel a little bit awkward
Like
because
cringe
I
a
was,
little bit.
yeah, because I was very emotional. But it just shows the passion, really, and it's not a bad thing. But when I qualified for my first World Cup, I quickly discovered that people were very, very calm compared to me, and I decided to try to implement that into my own like mental state when I was playing FIFA. And after that, I became more and more calm. But it's feeling still, and I still got sometimes when I had some really intense games. Obviously, I would still shout. I would still, jump off my chair and celebrate if it was like a 90-minute goal winner at a big competition. So I think I developed quite a lot in terms of changing the style of which kind of player I was emotionally, because I think we'd like to have best of the both worlds, right? Because this is FIFA esports. It's emotions, and we love to see the good celebrations and stuff. So yeah, but one other point, really, you talked a bit about the Venezia kit, which I totally agree with you. It's awesome.
It's the fourth one.
I
like
actually have something for that Sassuolo kit, and
It's
also
nice. Yeah, the green.
yeah, and the
nice.
white and green as well. I think he's been playing with that in game. We've seen it. I like that as well.
We should go shopping. Maybe not where you were shopping this morning. But maybe we should go shopping for.
Are we going to North Italy to find that Sassuolo kit? I don't think they sell it here in Milan.
I'm sure there'll be somewhere that sells them. I'd imagine. Sassuolo's not
And
far from there. There you go.
And they have some good players, Berardi and Raspadori and stuff. So
Well then maybe we'll be able to pick one up. Nonetheless, hopefully this game will be ready to go very, very shortly. I think it was audio issues for a couple of these guys. No, for me it's the fourth kit for Venezia, the burgundy, the red one. Yeah, I would say it's burgundy. Yeah, okay. He's kind of half a green.
For me,
Yeah.
it's the red one.
The fourth one. Yeah, it's very, very good. Anyway, away from Kiss, I believe we're nearly ready to go. I see the referee is, unfortunately. Seems like a nice guy, but I hate to see him on the stage. I think we're nearly ready to go. Look, he's walking off. Fantastic news as we are ready. I just want to get into the game, guys. Everyone's laughing. I just want the game to start. I'm very eager to see how things are going to go here between these two players. You can see that typical sitting forward position now coming in. The players getting ready to get into this game. The second semi-final here at the eSerie A team. Very excited to see who's going to come out on top here. That final 8 we've talked about all week long. It's about to become the final 2. As we head into the game, Torino from left to right in their burgundy kit going up against Sassuolo. In their white from right to left. Oberyn representing Torino, Figurino representing Sassuolo.
And interesting here to see that Oberyn ditched the narrow diamond, it seemed. I think he just went straight over to the 3-5-2, which worked so well for him yesterday. So that shows tactical flexibility.
It's Torino already trying it out. Oberyn going in with that. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, he switched up because yesterday, obviously, in the quarterfinal, we saw him play and we saw him struggle a lot with the narrow 4-1-2-1-2. And he decided to change to the 3-5-2, which eventually allowed him to make the comeback yesterday and qualify for today. And it seems like he's been sticking with that.
Opportunity here, and it's just a little bit of room that finds its way open for Figurino. The incisive pass forward, and a little bit of room creates itself, and all of a sudden Zlatan Ibrahimovic is all on his own. The defenders get pulled out of position, and there you go, Figurino with the lead.
And he continued where he started yesterday with the lofted passes into a volley. He's been so good at using the lofted passes. And yeah, what a start here for Figurino. Would like to continue using these plays because it's definitely been working for him.
It has, it really has. Kessie now Moving this one forward. Hullet. Can't get it through. Well defended by Sassuolo. Figurino really, at every single point, he just surprises me. You think he's going up against one of the favourites. You think he's going up against players that surely he can't compete with, but the experience for Figurino obviously paying off here on the stage.
Never underestimate an old fox.
All inside now, Ronaldinho. And again, it just feels like Oberyn's maybe forcing some of these passes that aren't open. Sassuolo very much happy to take a hold of the possession.
Yeah, just taking his time. Just had a really good start to this match. Oberyn still struggling a little bit in terms of finding his flow and rhythm. 3-5-2 is... It can be a very difficult formation to come up against, but if you find some of the main keys to break it down, it can be hard to play in a 3-5-2 against your opponent.
Speed boost from Ronaldinho is as fast as anyone else's. I think if I was to maybe be rewarded for my commentary here this weekend, the Ronaldinho card would be just as much worth as anything else to me. To be honest, that moment's item, phenomenal. Ibrahimovic here, though, he's somebody who can cause some damage for Oberyn. Defender will get in the way. This one will go out for a corner. First decent chance for Torino. This one's going to actually be whipped in. A standard corner towards the front post. Isn't able to find anything, as Sassuolo will survive.
I think what characterizes Oberyn pretty much is that he's not the most fancy player. Doesn't use a lot of skill moves and a lot of different things, but he just gets the job done. Suddenly he just gets chances, get the free runs, and he's been pretty clinical as well taking them. For him right now, was not looking that good, being behind one after 30 minutes, but he showed before that he can come back.
Oh, he can. He really can. Let's see if he can start the comeback shortly. Ibrahimovic back inside now to Kessie. Hullet moving this one forward. It's an option of Perisic down that left-hand side. We've seen him in here a few times, of course. This one will now be cleared away, though. Sassuolo, Figurino defending very, very well.
He's been defending well. Figurino, I think he defended very well yesterday also. So he's looking great, really. And maybe I've been sleeping a bit on him. Maybe we didn't give him the credit that he deserved.
You know, I feel like in yesterday's game, we just presumed that Crazy wasn't up to his level. Alongside of Figurino playing very, very well. So far, so good here. Against arguably today's favourite in Oberyn. He is going to get the ball back here. As though Oberyn and Torino can now make the move forward. It's going to be the player lock coming on through, and it will be Ibrahimovic to try and shrug his way past Koulibaly. Not going to happen. Figurino will put it out of play. Presumably would have been cueing the slide tackle, and well, Oberyn's going to just give it away immediately.
Yeah, just trying to bait Figurino a little bit there to drag his defenders closer to the throw-in taker, but he's read that again, Figurino, and haven't really allowed Oberyn to get any sort of big opportunities. That one that got deflected, but it wasn't really a 100% chance.
It wasn't. This one now going to be played away here by Oberyn. See how things are going to roll for him. Maybe just a little bit of possession, a little bit of time to try and find a goal. It's only a 1-goal lead here for Sassuolo and for Figurino, but for Oberyn, you really haven't been in the game too much at all, have you? You haven't seen too many chances, maybe a couple of half ones here and there. Plenty of possession for him here, though, as the final attack will fall his way. Nelly doesn't when he loses the ball. Ronaldinho, though, back now to Hullet. The ball out wide to Perisic. R9 waiting in the middle here as well. The 5-star weak foot to Perisic, though he can go either way. It's going to go inside all the way to Ronaldinho. The keeper gets down.
Not a pen.
And not a pen. And that is the end of the half as well. That is one of those moments that if you're Oberyn, you'll question it. But that, not a penalty. But really, we haven't seen too much from him whatsoever in that first half. And I think deservedly, we see Figurino with the lead.
I think we can argue that it's deserved. It's been a close affair, really. I think it's not been a it's not been a game with a lot of chances. Definitely not. But you also see here in the very last second of the first half that Auburn has this ability to come a bit out of nowhere, just finding a chance, and it was a big chance. Obviously, he would have wanted that penalty, but you can also see he's pretty calm because he knows there's still three halves of FIFA left to play, and maybe he haven't peaked yet. Still have loads of time. It's only one goal, and it's a good reason to stay calm.
A lot of time. One of those three halves of FIFA is now starting now. And Auburn find a way back into it. I think there's no need to change his play style here of how things have been going. You know, it's been a fairly tight game. I'd argue Figueiredo probably does deserve that lead ever so slightly. The one that he does have, the one good attack that we've seen in this game, has resulted in a goal. Can Auburn bring it back here in this next 45?
Again, trying for the lofted pass here. It's been his go-to move. It's been working very well. On the other hand here, Auburn, some of the first touch passes, which he's been very good at as well. That's been his go-to move, kind of, you can say. But he suddenly starts to accelerate the game, getting to the final third.
He's accelerating it here. Cuadrado down the right-hand side. Ball rolls scoop. He's found a way through. Ibrahimovic in the box. Look for that final pass, and Ronaldinho may well have been there. But the pass intercepted. Much better from Auburn. You're very right. It can all of a sudden just materialize out of absolutely nothing. But couldn't quite find a way through. Figueiredo will survive.
Again here, just Figueiredo threatening with the player lock, trying to bait Auburn's players a bit out of possession. This is a move you'll see a lot of the best FIFA players use, because you can use it in so many different ways. It can quickly become a mind game. Here Auburn. Ibra is taking a decent run here. Decides not to go for the first opportunity.
And Figueiredo not falling for any of those traps either.
Both players have been playing well, and they're not getting too tempted to go for the first potential opportunity. They're waiting for the right moment, it seems, but they've been cancelling each other out a lot so far. Just that one difference that Figueiredo and Sassuolo got in the beginning of the match. And the only really big chance.
It has been.
And it's been converted.
Oh, well played. It's going to find its way through to Ibrahimovic, and the Swede never misses from there. It's a driven ball into the AC Milan man's feet. Turns it inside and finds the bottom left corner with a green time shot. Probably didn't even need the green time in that one. It's probably sailing home all day long. Well played from Auburn. It's been a game of few chances. Those few chances are getting converted. 1-1.
Yeah, just making sure by timing green that just increases his chances of scoring a tiny little bit. As you say, maybe you didn't have to. But it just shows again that you're confident in yourself and you're feeling it when you time it green. I think it's always a expression for confidence and believe in yourself. You're doing the more advanced stuff. See it again, winning the ball back, and maybe he just needed those 60 minutes kind of to see his opponent out, field the game.
Has to be careful not to get counter-attacked here. Hullet moving forward. It's a double tap ball inside to R9. He's worked it so well, and that will find the back of the net from Figueiredo. A moment of pause for myself, and I think a breath held from everybody in the arena as that one hits the keeper and then falls into the back of the net. It's once again Ibrahimovic. So well worked with R9, and Ibra to the rescue, and that lead is restored.
And that extra pass there is very, very good from Figueiredo. I thought, and I think Auburn also thought, that he would just go for the shot with R9 there, because the angle was there, the chance was there, but instead he just times the lofted pass perfectly, as we've been saying for many occasions now with Figueiredo, and he times it instantly.
Oh, it's so well worked. This Ronaldinho all on his own. Oh, is he? Ibrahimovic towards the back, can't find a way through. momentary scare there for the side of Torino and for Auburn, because at this moment in time, Figueroa looks likely scoring every time he goes forward.
Yeah, and especially with his timing of it, because he times the pass exactly in the minute. Hold on.
Well played from Auburn. Back across to Ronaldinho, and it's absolutely out of nothing. And cold as ice from Auburn once again. Torino, they've had 2 chances. They've scored 2 goals. It's the ball into Ibra. Back across. Ronaldinho is there. Very, very well played again. It's really, really difficult to split these 2 squads at the moment. But Auburn and Figueroa giving us a hell of a game so far in here in the second semi-final.
Yeah, just on the edge of offside there, and gets the ball with Ibra and managed to turn around and find the extra pass, and it's a 100% goal. And seems like both players are starting to create more chances now and kind of find the pattern they need in order to break down their opponent's defenses.
Oh, ball in for Ibrahimovic. That's one that you would expect him to do a little bit better with.
A little bit surprised that he even got the header. The centre back looked a little bit suspect there, I'll say.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's a lot of power on it. Sometimes it will just find the head of the attacker. 83 minutes gone here in this first leg. And as said, very, very difficult to separate the 2 squads at the moment. But can Sassuolo and Figueroa find a route through here? Maybe it can be through R9. He's twisting, turning left and right. And my word, still has the ball, and it's actually played across him. As Torino will get this one away. Auburn just about surviving.
Yeah, that was almost a very good chance. I think he wanted to just made a skill move there. I think a reverse elastico there would have been good. He's just managed to press L1, which means that you kind of just stop up with the ball, right? And the reason why it's so good to use the L1 to stop up is that you get more acceleration on your skill move when you're standing still, and give you that unexpected kind of aura, which is hard for the opponent to read, and especially when you're inside the box. But that will be it for the first game here.
2-2 between these squads heading into the second leg. Very, very difficult to separate these players. Auburn and Figueroa, a fantastic game so far. And honestly, I think for me, I would say for me, Figueroa was maybe the slightly better in that game. I would argue. I think Auburn had fewer chances, but Figueroa had his chances, did take them. But Auburn very clinical with his. So we are very, very evenly poised heading into that second leg, which will be coming up shortly. But first of all, Alex and Zen will discuss that game.
An absolute beautiful second leg for us here in the semi-final. Going in after the first leg, 2-2. Figueroa starting off on top as an early goal. We will bring the highlights with you in just a second. And Auburn just about doing enough, as Chris said. Limited chances, but when those chances did come, he took them.
Yeah, damage limitation, probably we could say it for the side of Auburn in this first leg. He had to score not just one, but 2 goals, which meant 2 equalizers. He was always going after Figueroa, so to say, and not winning the game. But still, it's anyone's game, Alex, because the 2-2 tie game is bringing us, of course, an hell of a second leg in this second semi-final. I can agree with our colleagues, casters, for the fact that I think Figueroa played a little bit better than his opponent.
He did, and he utilised the first time over the top through ball so well, sending a player on a run, and then that first time over the top through ball, Aggie mentioned it, how he times them to perfection. What he's doing there is catching Auburn off guard by saying, you know what, I'm not giving you a chance to switch to your centre back and cover that ball. I'm just going to play it first time over the top, allowing him to get in behind that defence and creating opportunities from that. He did that exceptionally well, and for me, the way this kind of game's lined up and going into that second leg, I think it's probably going to be a long-range finesse shot that's probably going to decide it. Both players really trying to get into that 18-yard box and obviously work those extra passes off across. And we've seen Figurino do that already throughout this tournament. So we will have to see whether he can do that again in the second leg. But if you are Oberon, you started off in that 3-5-2. I'd say it went necessarily bad for Oberon, but it certainly maybe didn't go the way that he would like to have done it. What does he need to change going into this second leg to stand that chance of winning?
Well, I think Obrun knows better than me, of course. He's a pro player, he's one of the favorites for the final win, but I think that he was kind of surprised by Figurino's approach in this first leg, because he was absolutely fearless, and after the first chance, of course, in the first 5 minutes of the game, it was Figurino playing better in the first half and also for the majority of the second half as well. And look at this assist by Dybala to find Ibrahimovic through, and it was very, very beautiful again for the side of Figurino. Obrun, we can absolutely give props to him for the fact that he stayed calm, he stayed focused, and mentally he managed to stay into the game, even though the fact that, of course, the referee could have blown his whistle here, pointing at the 11 meters goal. But I mean, Figurino played better, probably deserved a little bit more in this first leg. At the same time, with a 2-2 result, we will have an hell of the second leg.
We will. Oberon there in that goal that he had, using the extra man off across as bait so well by saying, hey, you're going to expect me to go for that pass, Figurino. So we just shimmy it onto the right foot of Ibrahimovic and slotting that one away. And then again, coming straight back at it. Figurino getting a little bit lucky, the goalkeeper getting a hand on it, but still managing to squeeze that one through. But this turn backwards, we saw Karim do the same thing in the previous semi-final, baiting out the goalkeeper, bringing him out of position, making that turn, finding that killer pass, and then slotting it away. And like we said, it is all to play for at 2-2. 90 minutes of FIFA will decide this second semi-final. We're going to see who's going to join Venezia and Karim is back in the grand final, or maybe commentator's curse. Will it go all the way through to extra time and penalties? We don't know, but I'm going to ask you, and I want a clear answer here.
Okay.
Zen.
Okay.
Who is going to win this match?
I thought you were gonna ask me who Karim would rather to fight in the final, but okay, I'm gonna answer your question first, and I think Obrun is gonna win. Okay. I think Obrun is gonna win because he showed he's a very stable player. He did a very good damage limitation, I think, in his first leg, and in the second leg, if he can manage to score the first goal in the second game, he would probably have a lot of chances to go into the final. All
right, well, I'm going to go on the opposite side, and I'm going to go with Figurino to advance through to the final. But again, let us know who you think will advance. Will it be Figurino or will it be Oberon? We already know Chris and Aggie leaving Oberon to be the one, but like Aggie said, Figurino, hasn't been talked about too much up here on the English side of the broadcast. Maybe the Italian broadcast speaking about a little bit more. And like we said, before the event, he was very happy with that. He's been said, I want to keep doing my double tap passes, finding my way through and putting that into the back of the net. He's been doing that exceptionally well, but obviously being at 2-2 going into that second leg, he definitely needs to make sure that he keeps his calm, keeps his cool, and does what he does best. And I think for Oberon, we haven't really seen him over yesterday and today step into the gear that we'd expect him to.
Yeah, that's a good point, I think, Alex. I think Karim showed this step in the first semi-final. Oberon is not showing it yet. I think he can absolutely do it in the second game, which is coming up in a few seconds. So let's see who comes out on top, because of course this is a semi-final. Important not only because if you win you go to the final, but also because if you win you are already qualified for the global series.
Yeah, definitely. We'll pass it back over to Chris and Aggie for the second leg.
Thank you very much, guys, and excited to get into the second leg because the first one was an absolute banger. Very, very close game between Sassuolo and, of course, Torino and Figurino and Oberon. Who is going to be the one advancing through here? Aggie, I'll ask you the same question that Alex asked of Zen. Who do you think is walking away with this one?
Well, I'm still believing in Oberon. I think I think he's also a player that gets better and better the more minutes he plays against his opponent. I think we saw it as well yesterday, him being not having his best game in leg 1, but then leg 2 just starting to dominate and work his way into the match. And I think it could be the same in this case here. He has a status quo. It's 2-2 right now, so he's not behind.
Here we go, the finesse from distance with Brahim. Not quite able to find the back in that case, but looked dangerous for just a second. Missed opportunity falls Figueiredo's way.
Yeah, I think he's a player that kind of adapts to his opponent, starting to figure out how to manage the game.
Speed boost here from R9. It's going to find a little bit more room for Hullet. Back to R9 now. Looking for that space. Can't quite find it this time for Oberon.
Yeah, maybe the wrong choice here to try to go with the reverse elastico there, but nevertheless, some good passing play there and can show how he can accelerate the game. He will be trying to come into more of those situations. For Figueiredo, he would also want to get into those situations where he can execute the lofted pass. Would almost call him the lofted pass merchant.
Ball through here. Ronaldinho has to skip back inside. Too much room to run onto it. Not enough time to turn. Figueiredo now looking to find a way back into the lead. He hasn't been behind once in this game, and I think if he does go behind, that's when we're going to really be able to tell, is the ice there? Is that veterancy there? Is the experience there to carry him through?
Definitely, because this will be, he's an experienced player, but this will be obviously one of his biggest games in his career, being here in a semi-final at the eSerie A team and having the opportunity and being so close to that final does add some pressure to you, regardless of your experience or not.
Ibra was looking to pass through to R9. It was a little bit fortunate that he got a hold of it, but nonetheless, here we go. Ball's going to be played forward by Kessie, and the keeper will get that. Well defended by Maldini. I don't think there's any card, or any item, I should say, in either one of these two teams that couldn't get into my squad. I mean, absolutely everybody in these squads are just so good. I think, as mentioned, for me, I would look towards that Ronaldinho, that Moments Ronaldinho. I know everyone would say, oh, no, I take Moments on 9. Yeah, okay, we get it. But Ronaldinho just looking so good. Perisic, maybe not so much. It's one of those moments where you expect something a little bit better from the Croatian.
Yeah, his role is more of a hard-working wing-back, I'll say, covering a lot of distance. And also got great physicality. He's not a small guy at all.
No, he's decent defensive stats on him.
Yeah, and he's good in the... He's decent in the air as well. He does the job, but you aren't probably expecting him to score on those kind of chances. But he has a little bit of everything, and we see both players here really trying to fret with the finesse, with the kind of combination with the heel-to-heel and then the finesse.
Maybe a little bit of room here for Perisic this time. Ball in all the way towards the back post. It's Ibrahimovic. It's a big save by Szczesny. And it's a save that needed to be there for Figueiredo. Auburn starting to knock on the door. That little speed boost is just a little bit too far, a little bit too speedy. This one will go out of play. But just looking at that Perisic item, of course, in the FUT Fantasy side of things, it was an SBC. 93 pace, 90 shooting, 86 passing, 91 dribbling. But as you mentioned, good defensive and physical stats there. 71 defending, 85 physical. You definitely play him in like a centre mid CDM kind of role if you really wanted to. And also, wing back works perfectly well too.
Pretty complete
well
player.
played.
Oh, he should have gone for that.
Yeah, that was such a huge chance.
Ronaldinho was clear, and not sure why he picked the other option, because he would have been free. But sometimes on this level, you can overdo things because you don't expect that you get into certain situations, and then your fingers may have already made the decision for you.
Yeah, I suffer with that so much myself when you're playing. You go to do
when you're
something.
playing on that high level, Chris.
Yeah, well, you know, don't Right.
I'm not mocking you.
Yes,
I would
you
never
are.
do that, mate.
Dybala here on the left-hand side goes for the finesse, but it will be Magnan who gets in the way.
I know.
You don't want this smoke, mate. Don't worry.
I know what you mean, and you know what I mean.
Exactly.
But yeah, that was the best opportunity so far. We have obviously seen some finesse shot attempts, but again, you don't want to rely on just taking a shot and hoping that the FIFA gods wish you.
Well, here we go. This may not just be the finesse shot. It might just be Ronaldinho working his way into the box. The keeper comes out, but as Ronaldinho got it and off the side netting. Corner ball. That was an opportunity for the side of Figueiredo. Is he going to change it over here for maybe something a little bit different from the corner? It's going to be whipped all the way towards the back, and Magnan will get in the way with that one. It's just so difficult to get past those keepers.
And we see how he almost baits Figueiredo to try to go for the direct corner here, just pulling his goalkeeper out with the goalkeeper movement and just making sure that it's going to be very hard for him to make a cross that's close to the goal, but took the chance, and I will say that says a lot about the first half here. They really tried just to take their chances from the distance.
Yeah, not much of a chance to speak of that was clear cut. I think that shows that maybe nerves are in there a little bit, maybe stumping that creativity that we know both these players do possess. It's so far very, very close throughout this half. But as you mentioned, not really too many chances to speak of from either player. Let's see how things are going to change though. Can they find anything in this second half? Can they do it when really there isn't enough time for the other player to answer back? Be a perfect time to do it for either one of these players. Let's see which way it's going to go now. One final half of FIFA to play. Will we see extra time?
Seeing here, Open sticking with the 3-5-2. Figueiredo, it's like 4-4-2 to me, which
very possibly
is more of the I wouldn't call it old school formations at all, but it's a more balanced formation.
Yeah, it's quite basic.
Yeah.
Run from R9 is actually going to work out. Maldini doesn't get there. And towards the back post is going to be Ibrahimovic, but Maldini at the second time I'm asking will get there. Ball retrieved by Sereno, by Auburn. This one will be played away.
They're trying a lot of the same things now, role players. That's a good driven pass. Could he time something here?
Oh, Quadrado looking for the feet of Ronaldinho once more. Will be Ronaldinho who eventually gets it out for the side of Sassuolo.
Maybe one of the players need to try mix their game a little bit up, because it seems like both players are starting to...
Oh, chance for Ibra at the back stick. And that's one of those that's kind of just a half chance, but you would expect him to maybe hit the target there. 55 minutes gone. And that's kind of all we've seen, though, is crosses into the box, somewhat hopeful. Hopeful shots with the finesse. We haven't seen any clear-cut opportunities.
Yeah, I think if one of the players had the opportunity, shot cancels, Lasticos, McGeady cancels, something like that, that they haven't really been using in any moment of the game so far.
Maybe it's the time to bring it out. Yeah.
Could just bring the element of surprise that could potentially be that one genius place that will secure your ticket in the final.
Trying to find the pass through. It just feels like everything is quite forced by both players at this moment in time. Can't make anything count. And I think you're very right. You know, when you guys are sitting there playing at home, the same as myself, you maybe fall into how you've been playing that game and fall into the standard habits of how the game is falling in front of you. But then if you can change it up, introduce some skill moves or something like that, that may be something that helps unlock the door. Because right now, it's, well, the hatches are battened down, so to speak, on either side of this game. The ball forward to hold it now. Maybe an opportunity here, the driven pass into Ronaldinho, not quite there. And again, I'd argue it's quite sloppy from both these players in the final third. They aren't able to find anything, but on top of that, I would say good defending as well. 65 minutes gone. Only about 20 in-game minutes to go here. either one of these sides to potentially find a lead. Ibrahimovic now. Out wide, Cuadrado. And we've seen this wide play from Oberyn so far, not too much, and there you go! And that's the route through. The second pass across comes on through. It's Cuadrado that opens things up. It's Ibrahimovic with the assist. And the Brazilian in R9 is never going to miss from there. You wouldn't want anybody else in that position, but I think anybody else could have scored it as well. Great goal from Torino. Oberyn finds himself in the lead with only around 20 minutes to go.
And he turns it around again to his advantage as things stands. He's been doing this quite a lot. It's impressive, and it's a little bit out of nowhere once again. Haven't really created many chances, but when he gets that chance, he takes it every day of the year. That's exactly what happens here. Again, just having it with Cuadrado, I should say, having it wide.
Is that 3-5-2? Is he still playing?
Yeah, and finally pass in, and suddenly it's like all pieces. There's no piece in the puzzle that's missing.
I wasn't sure you were going for that.
No, same. But that was almost a typical Oberyn sequence, I'll say right there.
No, 9 always finishing that one. I don't think we need a replay. But the build-up play was solid. An item for the side of Oberyn, getting the job done. Now for Sassuolo, now for Figueiredo, things are going to have to open up. You're going to have to go for something. 20 in-game minutes remaining. Darmian. Can't find a pass inside. Well cut off from the side of Torino, but a little bit of room for Dybala here. The double tap pass is working out very, very well. Ronaldinho finding a little bit of room as well. Look at the run from Hullet down the left-hand side. Is it going to open anything up here for the side of Sassuolo? Dybala to Kessie. Forward again to Dybala, and it's going to just be in the way. Is the second chance going to fall? Not quite. Although, is that maybe going to be a mistake? Is Dybala going to get a hold of it here? Not quite. And Torino and Oberyn survive, but that felt a lot more pacey from the side of Sassuolo and from Figueiredo. Maybe it's due to the fact he's got 15 in-game minutes to stay in the tournament here.
And was also very good defending, just making sure that it...
Oh, ball forward on 9! It's just a soft little touch. And it's those balls over the top that have worked for Figueiredo so many times. And it works again. Sassuolo back into the game. It's a good finish from R9.
And it's sloppy from Oberyn right there. You'd expect him to be much more secure in his possession, especially considering the time. 15 minutes left and you're in possession and your opponent has just been close of getting a chance inside your box, and then you just don't want to lose the ball that fast and be out of balance in your defense. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah, he turned it around again here. Looks like we're in for a cagey affair once again.
Well, the cagey affair doesn't have long left to go. Ibrahimovic here now for Oberyn. Kessie, Cuadrado with plenty of room once again. The Colombian moving forward. It's going to have to be Koulibaly who gets in the way. And is Ronaldinho going to be able to keep this in for Sassuolo? He is. Maybe an attacking opportunity going to come here for Figueiredo, maybe to close things out. But again, Cuadrado finding a lot of room on the side of Torino and for Oberyn.
Yeah, it was opportunity there, and shows again some of the forces of the 3-5-2 and what the wingbacks can do when they're running down on the sideline. Often the overlooked players in the formation. And if you manage to find a good pass into the box, there are opportunities, and that's what he will try to do here on the counter. Not going for it?
Yeah, it would be one of those that maybe you take the risk, or do you not want the opposition?
I think it's a smart move.
Yeah.
Especially considering that he's probably going to take the last attack here off the 90 minutes. Just making sure he'll have the last attack.
And this last attack, will it monument to anything? For the side of Torino, you've got to go now. Perisic down the side. Back into Hullet, back to Perisic and into R9. This is where things get very, very dangerous. It's Ronaldinho. He's offside. offside for the Brazilian, and that will signal an end to regular time. And extra time beckons for the first time today. Both these players unable to be separated, so we may well need an extra 30 minutes of FIFA.
Interesting. It's really got intense, and for the first time as well for Oberon, we saw him really celebrate when he scored that goal.
Yeah, he doesn't celebrate much, does
No, he's been very calm and composed. But you know what it's about when a calm and composed player start to really show his feeling. That's what it's about. What it means to the players here to join Danny Pitbull in the history books. National champion.
They'll have a chance at it. They will have to get through Kareem after they've managed to get through this section of extra time.
And he'll definitely be enjoying himself right now, seeing two players who one of them is going to play against him, and they have to dig deep already, while he had a slightly more convincing win. Maybe give him a small edge there.
Possibly. I think it's always nice to have maybe a bit more of a comfortable game in your semi-final.
Yeah.
Cruise through to that final. A stressful one for the other side of things, of course.
And not be as mentally drained, perhaps, in terms of all the nerves that's obviously going to be there, and the extra focus. Yes. So it could be a good thing, but on the other hand, I always like to say as well that if you have this one very close match on a match day,
Gives you that intensity.
and yeah, with all the intensity, and if you go out as the winner of that game, the amount of confidence and momentum it can give you could also result in going all the way. Just because you tried, you've been through the entire feeling register, so you're just more relaxed and comfortable and in the zone, kind of.
Dybala comfortable in the zone, and we'll find Mkhitaryan here for Sassuolo, and will be defended by Oberon, but not without conceding a corner.
He keeps doing that heel-to-heel move, which wasn't really necessary there.
R9 edge of the box. Oh, it's actually going to... Oh, my word. I mean, it's not something you see too often.
Rainbow flick.
The rainbow flick. Not able to actually be pulled off in time, but Ronaldinho towards the back post, and Hullet was there.
So was Maitland. A good start here again for Figueiredo. Trying to put some pressure on. It's a counter opportunity here. He's
Perisic down the left-hand side. 98 minutes gone. Hullet now in the middle. Chooses not to unleash it, but it will actually find the pass in here to R9. Ibrahimovic turns his way through! And Oberon finds the lead in extra time. It's just that little bit of room for Ibra once again. Turns and finishes. It's a carbon copy of his goal earlier on in this tie. He'll find another one for Torino, and Oberon has the lead in extra time.
and he just baits almost Figueiredo's centre back there to go for the pass. Looked a little bit like there wasn't power enough on that extra passes we've been seeing throughout the entire competition, but it baits Figueiredo to go try intercept it manually, and then he can just get the ball with Ibra and turn around, get it over to his right foot. And he has the angle, and this time a more calm celebration. Well, actually, no celebration really, just closing his eyes and probably just speaking a bit with himself. Now I have to keep this, stay focused, don't make any mistakes.
And can he keep it? Can he make no mistakes? Can he stay focused? Sassuolo, Figueiredo being relentless in their pursuit to try and bring this one back. Time and time again, they have been in the lead. Right now, they find themselves behind. I think a crucial thing here for Oberon as well is that he has fought from behind twice already in the past 2 days. Of course, if he can lock this one in, will give him a good feeling heading into that grand final, even if he does fall behind to Kareem. He very much has it in his locker to find these comebacks, and while he isn't going to find an attacking opportunity here, it is going to potentially be that last attack for the side of Sassuolo. Koulibaly's going to move this one forward.
Has to go forward now.
Yeah, has to go forward.
That's
he
a
is
good
going to
one.
clip it forward. It is a good ball through. Mkhitaryan can't get there. Theo Hernandez can. And that will be the end of the half. 15 minutes of in-game time remaining for Figueiredo to try and bring this one back.
Yeah, that's probably you already have this all-out attack formation ready and prepared here for the last 15 minutes. Figueiredo knows that time is running out now, and he's been doing comeback before against Oberon, as we saw. It was a quick response this time. Oberon had more time to just prepare and be ready. We'll have to see here if he can get one back. To get one back, it's looking most likely like we're gonna have a penalty shootout.
Yeah, there's not enough time to maybe find more than one goal here. Well, we had a couple of brilliant extra times yesterday, didn't we? So it'll be interesting to see which way this one is going to go. Right now, it's Oberon with that advantage. Is he still going to be the one with that at the end of this 120 minutes of the second leg? Jumping in very, very short. You can see the referees are over there just figuring things out as best as they possibly can. We want this as fair as possible for both of these two players. Figueiredo maybe making some changes here. We would expect so. 15 game minutes remaining for him to try and bring this one back. Pedro on for Teo Hernandez. Perisic off for Mkhitaryan, the side of Torino, and Dybala on for Ronaldinho. So changes afoot for everybody. Pull it now, moving this one forward potentially. Could Oberon find a goal to maybe put a final nail in the coffin, another knife in to kill this tie.
You can see that constant pressure is probably put on.
Look at the run, look at the run.
Pedro subbed in. Could be just taking the risk there, and constant pressure, team pressure should be on for Sassuolo.
Yeah, needs to be. We're doing 11 minutes gone. Best case scenario here for Oberon is keeping a hold of the ball. Dybala now moving this one forward. Can he find a way into the box here? The ball roll, the shot, the pass. Oh my word, it's just brilliant FIFA from Oberon. We don't see much emotion from the Iceman, but that might do the job, and that might be a position in the grand final. And you would argue it may well be more than might. He's looking so good. A 2-goal lead, and for Figueiredo, he's got a mountain to climb, and he doesn't have many minutes to climb it.
I was surprised that he went for the chance there, because he was not really under pressure with his winger. Could have just gone for the corner flag and tried to waste the last minutes of the game. Instead, he wanted to just go for that second goal that eventually would close out this match. I mean, I think it's safe to say now that Oberon will be going to the grand final against Karim, and now we see the time management. He's been, once again, maybe didn't start out perfect. Oberon started out a bit scrappy.
There's another chance here for Dybala. The game is done. If it wasn't done at 2 goals in the lead, it is very much done at 3. Dybala finds another one. And Oberon with an exemplary performance here in the semi-final. Just confident. I was about to say confidential, nothing confidential about it. A very, very solid game from him. Commiserations to Figueiredo in what was a well-played game from himself, but as soon as Oberon puts on the afterburners, that's the game. And he is just showing exactly why he's one of the favourites here this week.
Yeah, once again, he got the job done. And yeah, the way that he's able to always turn this around without being super fancy has impressed me quite a lot. And we're really in for a final between arguably the two best, obviously the two best players, but I mean the 2 players before the tournament you would kind of expect to reach top 4 at least, and now they really lived up to the expectations, which is really a nice achievement.
It is very well played from both Karim and Oberon. We have our grand final, but quickly we are going to go for a short break. We'll be back with you over in the studio in just a moment to break it down. Okay.
Never been average, always been different. Low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Okay, yeah, that's good
Mi
enough.
chiamo Alvise.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Good enough, sweet cheeks. Good enough. Is that flying shot? So we're doing Sassuolo.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money while you did.
Ladies and gents, we've just moved over. I think, you know, we kind of just do everything around here, Aggie. That's the impression that I absolutely get. But what a performance there from Oberyn, and of course himself now into that grand final. Alex and Zen are going to be jumping over into the castle booth for the next game. So we're over here to break down what was a fantastic performance from the man from Torino. And just, I think there's not too much to say other than these comebacks keep happening for him.
Yeah, he's so good at adapting to his opponent, it seemed, and he's been doing it quite a lot now. And now he's in the final, where I think that you have to be ready to, from the first whistle, because Karim has been playing on a very, very high level, and I think obviously these players will know each other pretty well. They've been going for in the FGS global online competitions and probably faced each other in many times. So yeah, they'll have to be. He'll need to be ready from the first whistle this time and not come behind with too much.
As you can see on your screens, we have our two final games that will be coming up very, very shortly. First and foremost, it is going to have to be a quick turnaround for the side of Figurino. He will be going into his third place playoff game up against, I do believe it is actually going to be on the other side of things. Completely forgot it. Usually we have it out here. It's going to be Montaxa. That's easy. I got it in the end. To see who's going to actually finish in that third place, which does make a difference, of course, because of that prize money and because of the qualification for the FGS events. That's kind of where you want to be. But a lot of you guys at home be keeping an eye out as well for your token that you can get a hold of, the SGS swap token. You need to be watching for 60 minutes from this moment, so make sure you are making sure you have your Twitch account linked to your EA Sports account to get those tokens. If you stick around for 90 minutes, it's Tifo. If you're only here for 30, you get the crest. But I'd imagine most of you will be here for 60 minutes. That's why you're all along to watch. But keeping an eye on what's going on here now as well. Look, of course, we do have the third place playoff game this, which is obviously very, very important as well. But that grand final, obviously, super, super important. But I believe we have the MVP announcement coming up here on the main stream. I'm interested to see who's going to take this one away, actually, because it's an important one. It has to be said. The MVP announcement of the whole tournament, of the whole eSerie A season, coming up in just a second. Our colleagues over there on the Italian side of things to present it. And I'm curious who's going to walk away with this one, because if I'm honest, surely it should be one of the finalists.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at the overall season, you can see here we have the winner. It's Crazy from AC Milan Clash, and maybe that's a good shoulder clap to get when you're a little bit disappointed after yesterday, probably. And I think obviously it would be nice for one of the finalists to get it, but they'll be happy anyways.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine with what they're going to potentially get a hold of. But yeah, Crazy picking up that MVP award before we do jump into this final game before the grand finals with the third place playoff game. But Crazy coming through, and I think that's just with a very good regular season out of him for the AC Milan side, and he'll be happy with that one, but probably won't be too happy with his performance yesterday.
Yeah, it will be a nice shoulder clap, but that's probably it for now. And then in a few weeks, maybe he'll be more happy with it, because obviously it's a nice award to receive, and it shows that he's been performing very well and been consistently good in the season. So I think he'll be happy for that. I'm more looking forward to the match that we're gonna see here now, because usually you'll say that a bronze match is a bit
inconsequential.
Yeah, but this time there's really something on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the prize pool does change around, and you really want to be finishing as high as possible, but the players now starting to come out onto stage. So that is our cue to send it over to our casters for this game. It's going to be Alex and Zen to take us through the third and fourth place game.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Aggie, and welcome on over to our third place playoff game, where we are going to be taking a look at Montaxa versus what I imagine is a very tired Figurino after going all the way through into extra time in that second leg. I'm looking forward to it, Zen.
Yeah, it's definitely the most difficult game, this one.
Yeah.
Probably the final that no one usually really want to play, because that means, of course, that you lost your semifinals and your chance to fight for the title until the last game. But yeah, of course, this is not a useless game, we could say, because it gives the last spot available for those FIFA Global Series in order to represent the Italian nation into that worldwide competition. And of course, for Figurino, this is really hard to play, because not only he is sad, of course, for the result, but he is also really tired because he had to play extra time as well.
Yeah, he did. And it is, like you said, the FGS playoff that you will get for finishing third here at the eSerie A team, but also for the prize money. Obviously, different prize money at different places and where you finish throughout the tournament as well. So I'm sure Figurino will need to pick himself up directly from that. For Montaxa, who obviously played in our first semi-final, losing to Karim, has had some time to watch and analyse that game, really. Seeing Figurino play in, we'll be understanding what sort of play style he has got to come up against. We spoke about Figurino's versatility in attack, and we spoke about those over-the-top through balls. Montaxa, if he wants to stop Figurino here, needs to stop them over-the-top through balls.
Of course, and Alex, we spoke a lot of times about this signature move for Figurino, the over-the-top ball through to his main striker, and of course, he showed a lot of different solutions on the offensive end of the pitch. He also really liked a finesse shot from outside the box. We already seen it on yesterday's game for Sassuolo, but I think Montaxer should be calm enough to get into this game, knowing that there is still a lot to play for in this losers final. And Figurino, I think he was one of the most entertaining players to watch because of his unpredictable decisions, but at the same time, Montaxer was really stable. Of course, he lost quite hard to Karim in his semifinals, much harder than Figurinho did in the second one. But I think that both players have a really good chance to go home with at least half a smile on their faces.
Yeah, well, definitely the one that finishes third who gets that FGS playoff spot. The one that finishes fourth, though, probably will be a little bit disappointed. But as we said, Montaxa had a little bit of time to sit back, relax, kind of regroup himself after losing that semi-final to Kareem, who, as we said, Kareem really very much on his day. Montaxa didn't play a bad game, just that Kareem was that little bit better. Watching Figurino then, who, as we said, has had a lot taken out of him in that semi-final, going all the way through to extra time against Oberon. I think the advantage mentality-wise is definitely with Montaxa right now. However, having that break, sometimes getting back on stage can be quite difficult to lift yourself back up. Maybe Figurino can use that to his advantage. But you let us know, wherever you are watching across the world, who do you have to take our third place position here in the eSerie A? Tim, do you think it is going to be Montaxa or is it going to be Figurino? And don't worry, Zen, when we're up here, I won't ask you who's going to be the winner.
I thought that you were just asking me, so I'm ready to answer to this known question, to be honest, Alex, from you. I'm going to pick Figurino. I'm going to pick Figurino because I really liked his journey, and I think Sassuolo deserves quite a good ending to this tournament. Of course, Montaxer is a very good player, and he showed it in the last days, not today in particular, but he has a chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, and Figurino for Sassuolo, they had a poor regular season, didn't they?
Yeah.
So to get all this way through to the possible third place position, they'll be very happy with that. Figurino obviously wanting to go all the way. As we said, we spoke to him earlier on. But we'll go ahead and jump into the match where we will have Montaxa kicking from left to right, and then Figurino in right to left in the white kit. We've already seen a lot of the 4-3-2-1 from these players, so let's see if we're going to have the same thing. And for Montaxa, he's definitely going to start off on the front foot.
Oh yes, he does, and look at that move for Ronaldo, and Kessi, maybe a finesse shot from outside. No, he goes inside the box, not really the best strike to start the game, but again, Salernitana getting the possess back.
Yeah, Montaxa already having that positive start now. Dybala just working that ball through into R9. Alakroketa just choosing to go back in the middle, and that is a big interception there from Hullet, doing what Hullet does best. And now Figurino to possibly look to break away. Remember, keep an eye out for those over-the-top through balls from Figurino. See if he wants to have a look at an opportunity for them. A switch over to Hernandez on that left-hand side of the pitch. 4-3-2-1, working well with the right forward, left forward, sitting up in between the centre-backs and the full-backs. Hullet with a poor touch, but it will fall to R9. Dybala inside that 18-yard box, tries to shimmy it onto that favourite left foot, but the defender is there to intercept it.
Yeah, nice defending here for Montaxer. I don't think both of the players are under real pressure here. They can play relaxed a little bit more rather than they did in the semi-finals. So we could actually see a lot of goals here, Alex.
Yeah, quite possibly. Montaxer just trying to find his way in now. Interception there from Koulibaly, who's been a rock in defence. And straight away, looking to break now for Figurino. Tries that over the top through ball. Ibrahimovic versus Koulibaly. Ibrahimovic just beating the man to that. Goes that dink ball to the back stick. Ronaldinho leaps. It falls for Ronaldinho again. Ibrahimovic. And that is going to be claimed by Maignan. And that will be a very relieved Montaxa. I think looking at that, I think it was Ronaldinho jumping up against the defender. Koulibaly, probably not the man that you wanted on the end of that cross.
Yeah, Ronaldinho, though, is surprisingly strong. Sometimes on the header, I can remember a lot of goals he scored in real life with the headers. Of course, this is not his main strength, and he demonstrated versus a quite strong defender in the air, such as Koulibaly. Look at those finesse shots.
R9 going for that shot at the near post, and that is a big save from Szczesny. The pass off across was there, but Montaxa not choosing to go for it. Corner now, manages to go short. Whips that one into the back stick. Hullet to jump. But it is won by Maldini. Tries to find that pass off on the inside, and it is going to be a breakaway now for Montaxa for Sassuolo. Maldini just looking to regroup and get those numbers back now. Nice and easy.
Yeah, I think maybe Sassuolo is taking the first half of this game to relax a little bit, to recover some confidence as well that he might have lost in the previous games, but
Hullet
just
into
like I'm
R9, finds
talking-
that, manages to fall. Ibrahimovic not getting on the end of that. You thought at first maybe to Hullet to possibly look for that long-range finesse shot. However, Figurino choosing not to go for it. But definitely some early signs from Figurino that he's happy to find those passes into the 18-yard box and just needing to pull that trigger. Ibrahimovic now breaking forward. Figurino and Dybala. The big switch of the play, which you see a lot from these players, from the right back to the left back, trying to catch the opposition's team out in that transition. And the pass goes forward. Hernandez is there to intercept for Montaxa.
Yeah, nice interception here by Montaxa, who gets the chance here to build up a little bit more with patience from his defense, but he's already going for it.
Ibrahimovic out on that top side of the 18-yard box. The ball well scoop. Tries to lay that one back off, but Hullet is there to intercept. Ronaldinho not reacting to that ball quick enough. Maybe a little player lot coming through would have been easier for Ronaldinho just to slip in and find that way. However, you will be very happy if you are Figurino with that interception. And both players so far throughout this game just finding their way in. A couple little passes into that 18-yard box, a few snapshots here and there, but as a whole, no clear-cut opportunity as we go past the 33rd minute mark. Kessie on the ball now, pressing forward into that final third. Dybala, the La Croqueta, doesn't find the pass forward, just goes off the side to Hullet. The La Croqueta pass, finds R9. R9 takes that shot. He is offside. A brilliant, brilliant scoop turn to lay that back onto the right foot. The power shot across goal. However, the linesman puts his flag up.
Oh, wow, Alex. Sharp eye from you here, because I didn't see that offside coming, to be honest. I was already going to celebrate for Figurino's first goal, but that's not the case.
Montaxa will be a relieved man with Figurino going for that La Croqueta pass. We have the ball now, R9 inside that 18-yard box. A poor shot, really, straight at Szczesny. Montaxa will be very disappointed with that. He has got the corner. Ronaldinho driving the byline, whips that one in, and Maldini leaps for Figurino and the opportunity to break.
Oh, there's an injury player in the Salernitana defense. Is probably Koulibaly.
Ibrahimovic on the top side of the 18-yard box now, finding his way in. Has he got the support from R9? Chooses to cross that to Hullet. And Manyan again there just to leap over the Hullet and say, no, thank you, not today. You will not find that cross and you will not find that goal. 42 minutes, 3 minutes left in this first half. Can either one of these break the deadlock? But as you said, yes, Kessie picking up that injury. I'm sure he will get some treatment at halftime and he'll be all good to carry on for us. It is going to be Montaxa playing for that last attack now. Can he find his way forward? Can he find anything in behind the defensive line of Figurino, who, given has gone all the way to extra time in those two games that we've just seen, he has done well enough in that to have that clean sheet in the first half. So it is going to be 0-0. Not too many chances to talk about other than the offside goal from R9. But Figurino, we spoke about him, you know, maybe being a little bit hesitant to really get into his groove again after such a devastating loss in the previous match in the semi-final. I think he's come out the box really and played as well as he can do.
Yeah, I think he was ready to play also this third place final. I mean, the result for now tells us the fact that this is also a final. I mean, this is maybe less important than the grand finale, but this is also crucial for those players' result into the season, because of course the chance to qualify and represent Italy in the FIFA Global Series is really huge here, Alex.
Definitely. This is a final in itself for these two players looking to secure that playoff spot. Only one of them will claim it. Our two finalists have already guaranteed themselves a playoff spot. It will be Montaxa or Figurino to join them as that third man. The driven pass into the 18-yard box finds R9 and Maldini, a big, big block. R9 just struggling to get that out of his feet.
Nice block, nice defense once again by Salernitana and Montaxer, of course. Maldini, one of the best Italian defender in the history of this game, and is really showing why with his FIFA item.
Quadrado on the right-hand side now for Montaxa. Just finding the ball back to Hullet. A little bit of patience here. Just working it around on the edge of the 18-yard box, trying to find that pass, that penetrating pass into the 18-yard box. Gets a little bit lucky with the deflection. Dybala dancing, he's changing, he's going right, he's going left. He finds a pass off to R9, but it is Kessie who has been so good in that area. Now a loose possession, but does fall back to Figueiredo. Again, Kessie for Figueiredo, who has been so good in that area, just intercepting those killer final passes. And that is going to stay a possible opportunity for Montaxa, who'll be happy that he worked his way in to that area. A little bit lucky, tried to force his way through, however, still generates some dance work inside the 18-yard box with Dybala.
Yeah, so far we can say good attacks, but better defenses for now for both sides. We have already seen both players defending pretty well on the last pass, but let's see if Figueiredo can do it again.
And that is going to go out for a corner for Montaxa. Ronaldinho now looking to dance. Does beat his man. Can he get that crossing? He chooses to go on the outside of the right foot. Ibrahimovic lays that ball back to Cuadrado. Goes back out now to Koulibaly. Not the man that you want on the edge. Doesn't give you any threat from range, but finds Cuadrado, who's dancing and turning really well. Finds that pass off to Hullet. R9 needs to show. He manages to find him. A good La Croqueta pass, and that shot off across, and that is a more comfortable save for Szczesny. He does put it behind for a corner, though, so Montaxa still applying that pressure. Ronaldinho again going for that byline, whips that one in, but it does go out of play. So far from either one of these players, not being a clear-cut opportunity, and maybe that's showing in the seriousness of this game. This is the third-place playoff. We have the final coming up very shortly, but for these two players, it still means absolutely everything. Neither one of them wanting to take a big risk as of yet. Maldini now looking to bring that ball forward. Spreads it out wide to Hernandez for Figueiredo out on that left-hand side. Manages to beat his man very easily. Good little bit of the speed boost. Hold it with the La Croqueta pass again. It is going to be Ronaldinho. He finds that way through. He goes to that pass across. And R9, the double tap pass. An easy finish for R9. And Figueiredo takes the 1-0 lead.
First blood for Sassuolo and Figueiredo. I don't necessarily think that it was deserved. I think both players are playing this game on a similar level. But of course, the first goal, Alex, so crucial in a double round match like this final, and Figueiredo scored this one with another extra pass. We have spoken a lot about his creativity on the offensive end of the pitch, and we just witnessed another example.
Yeah, definitely, and that is the first bit of class that we've seen in this game so far. Managing to beat the man with the Hernandez out on the left-hand side, using the L1 speed boost really well, finding his way into the 18-yard box for ball roll scoops, and then saying, you know what, I'm not going to go for the shot with the original man. I'm going to lay it off to my simple R9, who does what R9 does best.
Yeah.
And it is Figueiredo that takes that 1-0 lead. How can Montaxa respond now? He has got the ball with Tonali, linking up with Hullet. Again, trying to find that way in, but is Dybala, of all people, intercepting? And now, can Figueiredo break? He's got those over-the-top through balls if he wants them. He goes for that first time, finds the Ibrahimovic, lays the ball off to R9. He's in on goal.
No.
Big save from the goalkeeper. The ball falls back, but it is Maldini there to intercept, and we spoke about those over-the-top through balls. Figueiredo using that one so well there. He will be disappointed to not take that 2-0 lead. A massive save from the goalkeeper.
Absolutely, Alex. This was a very important chance for Figueiredo to go on a 2-0 lead. Would have been absolutely crucial, but let's see, because Salernitana is answering.
Cuadrado lays that ball back off to Ronaldinho on the edge of the 18-yard box. Tries to force his way through, but Figueiredo does enough to defend that. A little bit of a wayward pass there, and that is going to be picked up from Dybala. 80 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes remaining in this first leg between Salernitana and Sassuolo. Montaxa and Figueiredo. This is loving my pronunciations of these Italian names. Maybe I should leave them to my expert Zen.
I mean, Figueiredo looking like a Brazilian player, probably because of his nickname. But yeah, I think he's playing better now. Probably this goal has given Figueiredo a lot of confidence that he might have lost in the game against Obrun. Of course, Figueiredo let's also analyze this as we have a moment of pause into the game. Figurino managed to bring Obrun, one of the best players in Italy right now, up until the extra time to finally get beaten. This is a wonderful result. I mean, this is still a loss, but what an outcome, I mean, for the Sassuolo guy that is playing with confidence against the youngsters.
Yeah, he is indeed playing with confidence, and I'm sure be an even happier man if by the end of the next 90 minutes he can come out on top and secure that third place playoff here in the Serie A. Tim, 86 minutes, 4 minutes remaining now. It is going to be Figurino just working his way. We saw the 4-3-2-1 there for Figurino and the 3-5-2 for Montaxa. Figurino now, 87 minutes. I would imagine he holds off, but he finds that ball on that left-footed finesse. The goalkeeper looked like he was in no man's land there, but Manyan does enough to claim his hands on it, and it will be the last possible chance for Montaxa. Pull it now with the ball, just taking his time, spreading it out wide to Maldini. Darmian makes that run forward. R9 in the middle. Ibrahimovic is going forward again. Goes out to the top side of your screen. Darmian now coming in the right-hand side of the 18-yard box. Tries to force that pass off across. And that is going to be the end of the first match. 1-0 to Figurino. A big chance there at the end. And a little bit maybe of a predictable play from Montaxa to just ball roll back in and try and find that pass off.
Yeah, look at his reaction, Alex. We just saw it on the screen. Figurino is not happy. Besides the win he just got in this first game, of course, with the chances he got to create in this whole 90 minutes, he should have been 2 or 3 goals ahead probably. And of course he's unhappy because we already saw him going up against Obrun and then crucially losing in the end. I mean, another loss like that could really be a true heartbreak for the Sassuolo fans.
Yeah, quite possibly, but I'm sure that Aggie and Chris are looking forward to breaking that game over, so we'll send it back over to them.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yeah, a tight game there, Aggie, between these two. Obviously, on the side of Sassuolo and for Figurino, things looking a little bit better. But relatively close back and forth. It's hard to separate them in this moment in time.
Yeah, both players are defending well, but obviously, feels like they're obviously disappointed because they just lost, so it's a weird game for them to play, and they're still trying. And you could also see on that single goal there was in the first leg that it meant a lot to Figurino. There's still a lot on the line, there's still a lot of emotions, and I think that could potentially become the outcome, that Figurino wants it a bit more right now. But yeah, as you say, close game so far.
Yeah, for Montaxa, he's sitting there and he's wishing that he was in the final, whereas Figurino, he already kind of had overcome the odds, so to speak, to get to this point. So maybe, a third place finish would be very, very solid for him. But so far, so good on that side of things. We'll have a look at the highlights in just a moment there as well. But I think for me, Figurino has really looked fantastic this week. We've seen some really good FIFA from him. And hopefully we continue to see more of it over the FGS season, over FIFA 22, and we get to see more Figurino for the side of Sassuolo. For the side of Montaxa, I'd argue there has been a couple of chances, but nothing too clear-cut that would offer him too much. But I don't know, I just feel like there's something missing from his game right now.
Yeah, I feel like both players has been very close, but just missed the last chance, the last shot, the last good decision in front of goal, and that's been lacking for both players. Obviously, Figurino got that one goal, but it's definitely Figurino who's been the biggest surprise of the competition for me to come here to top 4. Not that I didn't thought he could do it, but I would have expected the other 3 players to be in the position before the competition. And it looks like he's enjoying it, as well as obviously being super focused, but that he really wants to show who he is and claim that bronze medal.
Well, there was some disappointment, I should say, from him at the end of that game, because I think he probably believed that he should have been further up. We'll get to the highlights in just a second, where we can see some of those chances that he did have, but I think, I think it's very prevalent to say that Montaxa maybe is still feeling it from that beating against Kareem. Is he maybe still thinking to himself, right, okay, we could have done a lot better than what we have done so far this weekend. So maybe that is the case, but we can see the guys over on our other side of things as the highlights will start to come through in just a second. Very tight game. Very, very tight game. It is going to be Sassuolo who come away with it, but Figurino with these double tap passes.
Yeah, and
they work so often for him.
Yeah, and again, we'll see a lot of the highlights here where it's almost a big chance. It's a good opportunity. Loads of times here, just trying to go forward in near post, but again, it's not 100%.
Yeah.
Sometimes you would see R9 scoring that one, but again, we see the double tap pass. There was the offside goal here, just slightly offside. Obviously, we have the chance here to Montaxa. The general theme is
that's a pretty good chance though for Montaxa.
Yeah, should have perhaps gone for the other post there with the shot, but I think the general theme has been that it's been almost there, but just the last piece of the puzzle we're missing.
The only piece of the puzzle that really came through for anybody was for the side of Sassuolo. This was it. Very, very well played. It's that reverse elastico from Ronaldinho that opens up the angle.
Yeah, and I've been asking for it.
Where's it been? It's been hiding.
Yeah, it's been there, but here we see how it can work very well just to get into a situation. That's probably the chance that could have gone for the ball roll.
Should have been to ball roll or the lob in that situation.
Yeah, you have to convert that. But I like the goal he scored. It's obviously reverse elastico to get into a situation where your player is looking towards the goal, and there he can just, as he's been doing so many times now, convert the goal, convert the shot with the lofted pass. So yeah, we've seen it a lot from him, and nice for him.
Yeah, nice for him, but also some frustration at the end there for Figurino, who will be wanting to add a couple of goals to his tally here for the week before he can maybe get his hands on that third place finish. We should be jumping into the second leg very, very shortly, but I think if you're either one of these players, I think for the side of Figurino, he would probably be the more happy with the third place finish.
Yeah, I think also because if I'm not mistaken, Montaxa is looking solid going into the playoffs due to his performances in the FGS Global Series. So he's already on his way. Yeah. But you want to finish off on a high. Yeah, on a high and doing well. But I think it's been pretty clear who has the most to play for, if you can say that, because obviously it's big for both players. Yeah. But maybe it's better to say it in a different way. Who has been the fastest of for getting the semi-final?
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a huge disappointment for either one of these players not to be fighting it out in a final. But we should be jumping into the game very, very shortly. And just to further reiterate, one of the campaigns that we're really trying to force here at the eSerie A is the keep racism out of football, out of the stands, out of the game, out of online. It's just across everything, and I think that's something that is very close to a lot of people here working behind the scenes, not just in the Serie A, of course, but of course across world football. But keep racism out, of course. We do have the... You know what? I feel like Zed has stolen. He's definitely... You've stolen the jersey. You know what? It's a nice jersey. I don't blame him. But of course, that is a huge part of the campaign here this week. But I do believe we're nearly ready to go into the second leg, and we are going to throw it over towards the casters as we get the second leg underway.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Aggie, and welcome back. We've got the second leg of the third place playoff coming up very shortly, as the players just have a chat with their coaches, teammates. Figurino thinking, what can I do to get that second goal, third goal, and take this one through and become the victor? And then for Montaxa, what can I do to just do that little bit more and find a way back into this game?
Yeah, and for Figurino, I think he absolutely knows it already, what he needs to score his second goal. Probably he needs to convert the chances he's creating a little bit better with a better last choice probably in the opponent's box, but for Salernitana this is kind of difficult because I didn't feel Salernitana very dangerous coming into the last third of the pitch, and yeah, he needs probably some mental changes in order to overcome this result.
Definitely. So, kicking from left to right for the last time today is going to be Sassuolo with Figurino, and then Salernitana of Moxtana.
Very good, Alex.
Oh, I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, getting better. I'll be fluent in Italian by the end of this trip, I'm sure of that. But either way, let's see if either one of these players can become a bit more dominant in this game. There's a little bit back and forth. Definitely Figurino on top in that first leg, but only the one goal to show for it, coming from that little reverse elastico and then that pass off across to R9, working that perfect chance. Hopefully there'll be some more chances for us to get excited about in this second leg as Ibrahimovic plays that ball out to Quadrado. Pull it now, linking up with Tonali, finding that way through into that 18-yard box, and the opposition's Hullet just doing what he does best, intercepting the ball and taking it away. However, Montaxa is going to be the one to break away again, Quadrado. Tonali just taking his time, trying to find that killer pass, the direct pass into that 18-yard box. And it's like on a broken record, Hullet is there to intercept again.
Oh yes, Alex, and Gullit, of course, playing way better than any other center defensive mid, probably in this competition. But Salernitano knows he doesn't need to hurry that much for now. But yeah, he needs to be sharper in order to score his first goal in this double match. And I mean, Figurino keeping control, keeping the ball for so long now. He's trying to put the game in ice, probably, Alex. And let's see with this chance what he's going to do. Not the best now.
Dybala trying to force it through, but Koulibaly is there. And this is where you're just going to see a game of cat and mouse from both of these players, as obviously for Figurino, time and patience, trying to drag out the opposition's defence, trying to find those gaps. You at home, as you're watching, you can admire the skill and excellence to just take their time, use the skill moves, use the dribbling, and force their way through. Ronaldinho now inside that 18-yard box, goes for the fake shot, just tries to force it off across and does find R9, and straight away Montaxa comes back, finds that equaliser, and we have a game on our hands. Koulibaly ever so close to intercepting it, but R9 just about gets ahead of him.
So close yet so far, Alex. This time it wasn't enough for Figurino's defense, and on the really first chance probably in the two matches, in the two legs, Salernitana is scoring already, and now this becomes anyone's game again.
It does indeed, and it'll be interesting to see how Figurino bounces back from the heartbreak in the semi-final. Will he be able to pick himself back up? Still plenty of FIFA and football to be played, as it is 1-1 on aggregate. But for Montaxa, that is exactly the sort of response that you wanted to come back into this second leg. Hold it now.
I think the momentum has changed. Now Montaxa playing with confidence, and let's see in the offensive area once again. Not the best pass from Quadrado, but
you see Figurino give away the ball there just inside that first half. He did so well originally with the Maldini to cover off that pass from the byline, but a little bit of nerves coming through as we saw a driven pass in the middle. Not something we've seen too often from Figurino, as he has been so good at working his way into that final third. But he'll be happy enough to reclaim that ball and build up on his next attack. Tonali stepping in now for Montaxa. The over-the-top through ball is on. Does choose to go for it. Finds Ibrahimovic coming in to the bottom side of the 18-yard box. Drives all the way to the byline. The sweat off across. And Ronaldinho using the full length of the pitch, running all the way to the byline. The driven pass across the face of goal. The goalkeeper has no chance. Ronaldinho there for one of the most easiest goals he could ever score.
Oh yes, absolutely, Alex. This was easy from Ronaldinho, but it wasn't an easy situation for Montaxa originally. Now that he scored already twice in this second leg, he has a lot of chances to qualify into that FIFA Global Series representing Italy, of course, for Figurino. This is so heartbreaking because it it looks like he already lived this situation today, but yeah, again the same destiny. Probably.
But
This is not over yet.
Let's give
Alex.
credit as well from Montaxa.
Yeah.
Using the Ibrahimovic, send him on the run, going back and using a triangle, the Tonali with that over-the-top through ball, building up that attack, planning it in his head, and executing it to perfection. And Montaxa on top, 2-1 up. Let's see how the last 10 minutes in this first half of the second leg will play out. Can Figurino force his way back in, or will Montaxa look to take control of this tie? Ibrahimovic for Montaxa. Montaxa, the little over top through ball, does find Dybala. The cross comes in. R9 with a chest. And that is a huge save. Going out for the corner. R9 finding his way in. And Montaxa will be a little bit disappointed not to find the back of the net. Does still have a chance here, though. Hullet trying to force that one through. And Mkhitaryan stepping away.
Yeah, but I mean, how did Sassuolo save himself in this occasion? I don't know. Really unlucky here for Montaxer because this could have probably been the dagger here, Alex, because I feel something in Figurino's side is probably broken right now. He probably needs a break from the game, but he cannot post the game just like that, and he needs to find his last energies in order to overcome this result.
That he does. It is going to be the last attack now for Montaxa, who has been calm, composed throughout this second leg. Pulled back the 1-goal deficit already and leads this tie 2-1. Is ensuring that he will have the last attack of this half, not giving Figurino a chance. We see the offside traps coming through from Figurino, and that is going to be the end of the first half in the second leg. 2-1, Montaxa, 45 minutes to play, and Figurino needs to come out and just offer that little bit more.
Yeah, but look at his face. Once again, he looks absolutely destroyed right now because, of course, the way in which he lost in the semi-final against Obrun is repeating once again in this game against Montaxer, and of course we can see his image with an happy face, but right now in his head he cannot be happy with himself. I mean, he had the possibility in the first leg to score multiple goals. Unluckily for him, he couldn't, and now he's paying up big now.
Yeah, and he'll be sat there having a conversation with his coach and player, saying, what should I do? What do I need to pick me up? Anything we can look to exploit? Yeah. You've all been there at home in your PlayStation party chats, sat there with your mates playing your foot champs, your rivals. The game's not going your way, and your mates are there picking you up, having that word in your ear saying, keep working, keep trying, work those chances, keep your head, and you never know what will happen. Figurino, though, an experienced professional, knows what he needs to do in the next 45 minutes. And Montaxa, I will say it, he looks very calm. I think he knows, you know what, if I carry on playing the way I'm playing in this game, I've guaranteed myself a place at the playoffs.
Yeah, he probably needed some time to regain the right rhythm going into the first leg. And I think once again, the damage limitation from Montaxer in the first leg was crucial because now with only 1 goal to recover going into the second leg, he's up 2-1 to his opponent, and now all the pressure is onto Figurino's shoulders.
That it is. The players will just be making some of their tactical changes. For Montaxa, it's all about seeing out this lead, ensuring that he gets that win and secures that third place playoff. For Figurino, it's about applying that little bit more of the pressure, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, get in the face of Montaxa, find his way into those counter-attacking scenarios where he looks those over-the-top through balls, finding his way into the 18-yard box to get those double-tap passes, those lofted passes, as Aggie has spoke about over the last 2 days. But it is time to kick things off in the second half of the second leg. 45 minutes left to go. Can Montaxa hold out this lead, or will it be Figurino to come back and find his way into the winning position? Already, we have seen Montaxa, who's been losing, who's now winning and looking comfortable.
another AV pass now for the side of Sassuolo. I think the next goal coming up would be absolutely crucial for the result, because if it comes on Montaxer's side, I think it possibly is gonna be over right in that moment for Figurino.
Well, it possibly could. Dybala finding Ibrahimovic. Left-hand side of the 18-yard box. Lays the ball back to Hernandez on the left-hand side of the pitch. Dybala again, making his way into the 18-yard box. He's dancing, he's turning, he goes for the fake shot. Koulibaly just stepping in ever so slightly. The 1-2 is played. R9 at that near post, goes for the shot across goal. And that is probably one of the poorest finishes we've seen R9 do all week long. We've not seen something like that from R9.
Yeah,
You'd normally back him so much in that area, but for Sassuolo and Figurino, you're going to be very happy to see that land in Szczesny's hands.
And I saw from the face of Montaxer that he was also surprised by this mistake, but also maybe for the fact that he thought he was offside for some reason, and that baited him into another bigger mistake, probably.
Well, let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt Montaxer. But for Figurino, definitely holding on right there. Can he find his way into an attacking area, into an attacking position, getting in between those lines, finding the R9, finding the Ronaldinho. He does manage to get R9 in. Edge of the 18-yard box, lays the ball off to Nani now. Goes for the lateral heel to heel in the finesse shot. A little bit ambitious from that distance.
Yeah, maybe ambitious, but of course Figurino showed us already that he likes a lot those finesse shots from outside the box. With Nani, he tried maybe not the best item to try such solutions, but yeah, he still got plenty of time, but tick, 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 seconds are going away.
That it is, but also for Figurino, about a bit of confidence of building that attack and feeling very confident into the next one. The offside trap coming in, playing very, very useful there for Figurino, managing to win that ball. Ronaldinho now has the opportunity to spread the play wide, chooses to come back into Kessie. Does give the ball away with a very cheap pass to Montaxer, who will say, you know what, Figurino? If you want to give me the ball like that, you carry on. I'll be very happy. I can take my time, have my patience.
Yeah, he will take it any day of the week, especially because now he has a chance to seal the deal.
Quadrado out on that right-hand side, going all the way to the byline, chooses to come back to Rude Hullet. Laying it back off to Tonali. Quadrado again, who's been so prominent for Montaxer out on this right-hand side with the skill moves, the weak foot, kind of forcing his way through. Can do so well in that area. A pause has been queued. 68 minutes. We've got 20 minutes remaining in this second leg. The third place playoff. A reminder, one of these players will guarantee themselves a spot at the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs coming up very soon in the coming months, which for the professional FIFA players means absolutely everything, along with the prize money. Montaxer will be doing everything he can to just avoid this pause to come through for Figurino.
Absolutely.
So won't want the ball to go out of play. You can only pause and make tactical changes when the ball is completely dead, out for a throw-in, corner, anything like that.
A goal maybe.
18-yard box. Ronaldo dancing, tries to find the Ronaldinho again, and an interception from Maldini, who's been so prominent. The counter-attack is on. The over-the-top do ball is played. Ibrahimovic gets the right side of Koulibaly. Can he seal the deal on the left foot? He goes for the shot across. Szczesny again with a huge save. R9 still, though, on this attack for Montaxer. Can he find the third goal?
I mean, keeping the possession here is also crucial, but another goal with most likely seal the deal. Not the best shoot. I mean, not the best shot in that situation for Ibrahimovic. I was asking for the chip because we saw. I think it was a Figurino yesterday with a spectacular goal with that left-footed chip shot, but not this time. And yeah, still anyone's game, but of course for Sassuolo, time is going so fast towards the end of the game.
That it is, and for Montaxer, he just kept getting closer and closer to the goalkeeper there, narrowing down that angle, not wanting to pull the trigger too early, and then left it that little bit too late. Szczesny with a huge, huge save. Montaxer, though, can be very happy that he's generating that chance, keeping the ball in that final third. However, he will definitely want to hope that doesn't come back to bite him. The players are making their tactical changes. The substitutions are getting ready. The players are warming up, coming on, and substitutions on FIFA can play such a big part.
Absolutely, Alex. And let's see who is coming into the game, especially for Sassuolo's side, because yeah, they are the one who need a goal so fast as possible. But this time, Salernitana not using this corner kick very well, giving away the ball, and again, Sassuolo has a chance.
Mkhitaryan lays the ball out to the left-hand side to Ronaldinho. The cross is on at the back stick. He does go for that cross. It's Nani to leap. Nani just puts that one over and behind for a goal kick. Figurino will be disappointed to at least not test the goalkeeper there. And now R9 has that opportunity for the over-the-top through ball again. Does just go offside, so we have to slow it down with Montaxa. Mkhitaryan, 35 yards out, lays that pass forward to Ibrahimovic. Driving the byline on the left-hand side of the pitch. It's good defending from Koulibaly. 82 minutes on the clock. This is where the professional FIFA players excel. Game management, taking time off the clock, making the opponent work for the ball, work for every opportunity. Tonali drives in, goes for that man through, and that is going to be a penalty and a huge, huge chance for Montaxa to seal the deal. It's R9 stepping up. Szczesny stares him in the eye, dives to the right, doesn't dive at all. R9 goes to the right. Szczesny stays down the middle, and Montaxa looks like he is good to secure the deal. Szczesny not even moving.
Yeah, he was betting probably on a shot right down the middle. Not in this case though. And Szczesny has a reputation to be a very good penalty saver. Not this time, unfortunately, for Sassuolo and, of course, Figurino.
Not there for Figurino. Montaxa, calm and as composed as you like. Pulls back from a 1-0 deficit to make it 3-1 in the second leg. 3 goals all here in this second match. Time ticking. Figurino, commiserations. Montaxa, congratulations. He has done what he needed to do. First game, not really at the table where he wanted to be, but has done enough in the second match to secure that third place position in the eSerie A team, which he will be over the moon with after that first loss in the semi-final against Kareem. Figurino, though, can hold his head high. He certainly gave us some memories, some great performances, some great goals, particularly one of your favourite ones, the chip shot. But it is going to be Montaxa that does claim the victory and that third place spot. And Figurino, after all the work he's put in today, goes home 4th.
Yeah, and of course he looks absolutely destroyed right now. I think we can tell why. He was so close to get into the final with that lead against Obrun, and then everything just fell apart for him and for Sassuolo. Of course, we like the fair play, the sportsmanship for Figurino, congratulating with his opponent. But yeah, I think Montaxa in both games he was the better player. Nice damage limitation on the first leg, and then on the second leg he could finally find the best rhythm to play his best FIFA, and of course a 3-0 lead victory. I mean, is absolutely massive. For Salernitana.
That it is. But the moment you've all been waiting for is the grand final, which we will have coming up straight after this break.
ready for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the eSerie A team with myself, Alex, FIFA analyst, and Zen. And we have just had a very, very interesting match in the third place playoff between Montaxa and Figurino. And coming up very soon will be our grand final with Kareem is back versus Oberyn, which we'll jump into that as soon as the players are ready. But for now, we're going to talk about that third place playoff. And as we said, for Figurino right there, came such a long way, performed so well from being a little bit disappointed in the regular season, but to find his way all the way through to that top four, and the confidence that he had going into that, was leading in his semi-final multiple times and then losing it in extra time in that second leg. He's going to be so disappointed.
Yeah, that's an absolutely heartbreak for Sassuolo fans, and of course for their hero, this Figurino guy who, after a difficult group stage, surprised everyone going through the loser bracket in 2 games. He won against Udinese, he won the derby against Bologna and Lone Wolf in that OG's clash, we could say, and he came into the top 8, won again yesterday against the MVP of the tournament. He was crazy, AC Milan's crazy, but in the moment of truth, Alex, he crucially came short, and that's absolutely a shame for Sassuolo and for Figurino. Of course, esports can be hard sometimes.
That it can. But we'll give credit to Montaxa as well, obviously, who did exceptionally well to come back in that second game, 1-0 down, and then to win that match by 3 goals and then have that 3-1 deficit. He did so well at just controlling, forcing his way into that 18-yard box, taking his time, and just doing what he needed to do to find his way back in. And Montaxa, having that semi-final against Kareem, obviously a bit more of a dominant result there from Kareem, to be able to regroup, pull himself back, and do what he needed to do, certainly something that he can be very, very proud of. And that chance there with R9 that we saw, we said, could that come back to bite him? That was a huge, huge chance, but it did not. Obviously going ahead and winning the final, getting the final goal via the penalty. Ibrahimovic breaking away here. You think, he's going to shoot a little bit earlier. He takes that one extra touch, which just closes down the angle so tightly. And Chesney coming up huge to kind of, keep, obviously, Figurino in that game. And this is one here where you think, you know what? If this goes in, might go extra time, different one. But out of all people, just Nani that you don't want there on the edge of the cross. Ibrahimovic, on the other hand, you'd probably be a little bit more happier with. And as we said, the penalty was the deciding thing for Figurino to knock him out of the Serie A team tournament. And he doesn't dive, doesn't go anywhere. And calm as you like from Montaxa, does what he needs to do. And congratulations to him. Commiserations to Figurino. Both of them, I think, put on a show there, good enough show in that third place playoff, which again, when we talk about it, we always think of, the final, the grand final, to have a high quality game like that in that third place match was so crucial. But we've got the final coming up.
Yeah, let me mention it, Alex. Once again, this game we just watched is only the appetizer, because right now, Alex, I like appetizers. Now we've been together for so long.
We have, yes, we have.
And Venezia against Torino, it all comes down to this. And of course, those players already met in the winner bracket, and it wasn't the best performance for Karim in that game against Oberyn, who managed to win, not giving away a single goal, if I remember correctly. And I think this is such a good result. I can bet on the fact that Karim wanted to face Figurino probably rather than Oberyn, but of course we get to see the 2 best players in Italy compete against each other for the crown.
That we do, and it will be a very interesting game. If you are just tuning in and joining us and you're after your FGS swap tokens, a reminder to have your Twitch linked to your EA account, where if you watch 30 minutes, You get a crest, 60 plus minutes will get you your FGS swaps token, and 90 plus minutes for your eSerie A Tifo. So make sure you stick around and watch a massive final, which is coming up right now between Kareem is back and Oberon. So we're going to pass it back over to Chris and Aggie for the final time today. Take it away.
Well, here we go then. It is time to get into the grand final. It's taken what seems like 3 weeks of space and time that I didn't get to see all my friends and get in and amongst the FIFA competition. We arrived here yesterday. We had our final 8. We are down to our final 2. It's going to be Kareem representing Venezia, taking on Oberon representing Torino. My name is Questo, joined by Aggie for this grand final. Very excited to get into the game.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. The 2 best players in Italy going head-to-head now, and we had the pleasure to see these 2 players play against each other earlier on this competition, and we weren't really doubting that they were quality players back then when we were watching them, and now they're here, and yeah, went undefeated throughout the entire bracket. I mean, he didn't lose 1 game open, and Kareem only lost 1 game, which were 2 open, so I mean, they've been convincing.
Yeah, this is really a collision course that we expected in this grand final, which we will be getting underway very, very shortly. Our colleagues on the Italian broadcast getting things underway in just a moment. But I think, you know, we kind of look at the performances of Kareem today, specifically, has looked a lot better, as you can see him entering the arena there. And I love the screens that we've got and everything of the players rising up. It's just a fantastic setup that the guys have set up here in Milan. And for him, it really feels like the wind is behind his sails at this moment in time, or beneath his sails, I should say. It feels like he is definitely playing a lot better than what we've seen when these 2 faced off against each other 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think also that win in the semi-final, just the way he won it, would definitely give a player like him, I'll say, like the way he's been approaching the games, the way he's been reacting physically, you know, with the body language. I think a win like that gives him a lot, and I think that's going to be, it could be very important for him.
Give him the confidence.
Yeah, exactly. And for Oberon, he's been very stable, obviously, just winning, but not doing it in the same manner today.
No.
Or yesterday. While Kareem is, that win against Montaxo could be vital.
It could be. Oberon, really, though, I think on the other side of things, Kareem has had, I mean, what felt like it may be a bit of an easier time of things to get himself through. It was quite convincing, comfortable win. Whereas I like to refer back to the side of things that pressure makes diamonds. And for the side of Oberon, he's somebody who has, you know, been in a couple of these situations where it has been stressful games for him. He has had to come back. But having the opportunity to do that, does that maybe shape you as a player heading into these final games?
Definitely, and both of them are, I would argue that this eSerie A team, it might be one of their first ever live events. Obviously, they've had the opportunity to take part of the eSerie A last season as well, but it's a final for them at a live event, at a great setup and a big setup with the crowd there. It's really getting heated now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, if it's going to get any more heated, then I think we may need to turn the air conditioning up, to be honest with you, because this place, for all these players, this is ultimately what they have been fighting for, is a place in this grand final, and then of course for the win. I think for Kareem as well, you know, he's been fighting with himself in terms of trying to, I don't want to say a bad attitude, but in the sense of, you know, he's a very emotional player. He plays off his own emotions, gets frustrated. Today, it's looked a lot more settled, a lot more calm. He's looked a little bit more like his opponent on the other side in Oberon, who is always very, very steady. And it just seems as if nothing can phase him. And we've really only seen the first amount of emotion we've ever seen from Oberon in his previous games.
Yeah, and he was even laughing in the semi-final when he was scoring goals. So, as you say, it really looks like he's ready. He's been ready for today, and he's knowing exactly what he wants to do now and how he's going to do it. And you're going to need that confidence going up against a player like Obrun, who is just delivering, just gets the job done. Now he would obviously also try to get the job done one last time here. Yeah, exciting. It's hard to separate these two players because I don't think either of them is gonna win comfortable. I just don't see it happening just because of the level of both those players.
Well, it's a final. This should theoretically be the two best players in Italy right now. Two of the best players in the world in FIFA. So it should be a very tight game. Seeing the players just go through the motions at this moment in time. Obrun always having issues with his audio. Hopefully we can get things underway very, very shortly. I think for Obrun, you know, it's been about that simple FIFA. For Kareem, he makes it look simple, doesn't he? But it's not quite as simple as some of the movements, some of the moments that we see from Obrun. Seems like things are nearly ready to go. Obrun against Kareem. It's kind of the final that a lot of people here expected. A lot of you guys online expected. It's the one that a lot of people have been looking forward to.
Yeah, sitting ready here. Looks like we are gonna be on our way, as you said, Chris, and coaches just giving their last pieces of advice or instructions before we're heading in to the grand final. They receive a trophy, one they've been fighting so hard for, to have the opportunity to race. Just one best of two left for them.
Yeah, no cross console or anything like that, as what we had done previously, and obviously in FGS side of things. But nope, this is all PlayStation side in the eSerie A team. Now, I'm finding it hard to wrap my head around who I think will take this one away. I think it's super difficult.
Now, I have to say that you asked me earlier this day, and I was pretty secure in Obrun, and I'm still gonna go with Obrun just because I don't back out. I don't back out, but I will say that Kareem has looked the best of the four players today, and obviously of the two players now. But every game is different. I think Obrun has showcased that as well.
I think that's true. Every game of FIFA, you guys at home will know, is very, very different. And which game is going to fall for either one of these players? I believe we're nearly ready to go and nearly ready to head into this grand final. And here we go. The eSerie A team final game. It is the grand finals. It's going to be Venezia taking on Torino with Kareem taking on Obrun.
You want to get off to a good start here. Just making your opponent know that you're ready, you're up for this. Raheem Diaz, who's been remarkable, to be honest, for Kareem. He's been involved in a lot. One of the few players that haven't been in the starting lineup. That's Obrun.
Here we go, chance for Obrun just to open things up here in the grand final. It's going to be Ronaldinho, chops back in, the pass inside, well covered by Kareem. Or maybe a defensive deficiency coming on through there, as the pass finds Ronaldinho very, very quickly.
And one thing he was doing so well last time they played was that he was good at executing these counter-attacks with the through balls. I believe he scored 2 or 3 goals on that Obrun. And it was nice executing again. It was a ball roll and then was a shot cancel, which was the best thing you could do in the situation because the angle wasn't really there to convert it into a goal. So he was looking for that extra pass. But on the other hand here,
yeah, Ronaldo Nelly finds a way through. It will be Maldini to get in the way.
I like the start of this match. It's a lot of pace, it's a lot of tempo, back and forward. That's what we want to see. 2 confident players who's always looking for a goal.
There will just be that initial fast start that we do often get to see. Hernandez down this left-hand side here. Fullbacks in play for both players so far. Perisic in the middle will unleash a shot. Not even sting the hands of Magnana. This one will be played away by the keeper, if only just about. A nervy moment for Kareem there to kick things off. 14 minutes in. We'll give the ball away though. The pass itself was covered there by Auburn. Kessie forward to R9. A little bit of room for him to play with, but not too much. Now Hullet, the Dutchman, looking for a little inverted heel to heel. Doesn't find the route through, and now Kareem can maybe stretch his wings just a little bit. Dybala down this right-hand side. Back now to Di Lorenzo. Recycles the play. Tonali now forward to Brahim. Which way is this one going to go? He's going to actually move forward himself there. Maldini gets in the way. Both players trying to express a little bit of, I don't want to say anything too different, but trying a few separate things out here.
Definitely, and we need to see here what Maldini, he wants him to get up again. Very obviously to see that Auburn is looking for that triangle there with Hullet, Ronaldinho and Ronaldo. Then let his three key players in the offense work their way into the box, and then you'll see the first touch passes. But both players have been defending it all right so far, but I do feel like Auburn has knocked a bit more on the door, not a lot, but a little bit. He's been off to slightly, and I mean slightly better start.
Maybe had a little bit more possession in that final third. Players switching, maybe just trying to bait it in there. Ibrahimovic wins the header and finds Perisic, but Perisic can't find much else apart from the feet of Koulibaly.
Yeah, I like the way he is being innovative there with the player lock over to Ebron. Just go for the long ball, so you get the 1v1 heading battle there, where you can just try to pass it into the striker. See, his pressure plays, Gegen pressure, has been pretty good as well.
Has been. Every lane that Kareem is trying to find out of his own box is just being deleted time and time again, and it's R9 straight into the face of my man this time. That was an opportunity for Auburn.
That was a huge chance, and Auburn knows it, but Kareem guesses the right way and moves the goalkeeper to the near post here. Makes the right decision. A little bit lack of composure there maybe for Auburn, because he was clear. And if he would have looked at the goalkeeper movement, he would have known. Just have to go for the far post.
Play a lot coming on through. Trying to just play with the thoughts of Auburn. As Kareem wins the ball there with Dybala. Hernandez momentarily out of the game. Still Brahim on the ball. Just a close quarters dribbling from this man. The left stick dribbling has been so good. That ball off of Dybala though is poor, and Kareem can only smile at that one, as a couple of changes will now come on through.
I believe there is some
some
vibration.
Vibrations and stuff off, yeah. I got that one, Zen. Don't worry. Vibrazione, I was presuming is vibration. Thanks for that. My Italian's not that bad. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, a couple of days in Milan. Here we are. So a couple of things changing over for Auburn. You want those little small things, though, don't you? I don't like playing with vibration personally either. You know, I think some players, you know, they have their preferences.
Definitely.
You want to definitely be in the most comfortable environment possible in a grand final like this.
Yeah, definitely. Just making sure that all the settings are correct now, and then they're off again. And yeah, and if you're playing well, and I think Auburn was playing pretty well, you don't want too many pauses, you don't want too many breaks, you just want to go on because you're feeling it. Now, you have the game started again.
Now the time for Torino, for Auburn. Maybe get something going. He's going to give the ball away here, though. Reverse Elastico in from R9. All roll, scoop, just looking for a little bit of space to play into. I think that's one thing that I see whenever I see the professional players play. The passing lanes that you think you would usually have in a standard game for me and in my division rivals attempts, they don't exist in pro player games. These passing lanes are just very rare to find. A ball through. Maldini will shut down that running lane there from the side of Kareem. Very well defended by Auburn, who has only had the only chance, I should say, of the game so far. Play a lot coming in here for Ronaldinho. It's the 1-2 now with Hullet releasing R9 down this left-hand side. Ibrahimovic in the middle as well. Ball rolling his way through, but Di Lorenzo gets the better of the Brazilian this time.
I think what he's been doing very well, Openness, is that he's been in the semi-final. He played quite simple, I'll say. Didn't really use the player lock that much and the more kind of advanced stuff. He's starting to do it now, and especially in the way he's been defending, he's been very good at closing the corridors for Kareem's. You can see the angle there, which he wants to avoid.
Tonali edge of the box isn't going to unleash anything in the forward pass there. I mean, I can presume that Brahim was possibly offside. It didn't look that way. A forward pass, and the referee says, "Oh no, Kareem, you cannot continue this one." We will end the first half of the first leg without any goalmouth action.
But exactly those corridors or windows, Kareem has been so good at finding just on the side of the box with one of the two strikers that's just behind the center forward in this 4-3-2-1. He's been amazing at finding those corridors and then work his way in, because he is, when he gets the ball there, he is in an angle where he can go for the finesse shot, so you have to be aware of that, but he can also go for the extra pass or a skill move or the sprint boost and make the chance even bigger. And Oberon has done very well so far in shutting that window down, so he doesn't get into as many of those situations. And it was the first situation really Kareem got here in the 45th minute where, yeah, the referee decided to call for a break.
So it doesn't fall Kareem's way this time. And we see maybe a little bit more action here, boys, as we get into the final. But it's tense moments, isn't it? It's these kind of games, you don't want to take too many risks. And, well, not many risks have been taken by either one of these sides. And Theo Hernandez now to Holle. Maybe from the kickoff side of things, can something get going here for Torino? Oberon, ball's going to be whipped in towards the back post. Ibrahimovic, it's a huge save from Mainan. And it's another big opportunity there coming on through for Torino and for Oberon. Ronaldinho, a little speed boost here as well, looking to clip it in. The defenders will get in the way. Holle may well get a second chance here, though. Keeps a hold of the ball for his team. Perisic back out towards the Dutchman. Back to Perisic and inside to Kessie as well. It's a wonderful ball through to R9. A wonderful defending once again on the side of Kareem and from Koulibaly.
I really like this extra addition he's starting to take advantage of with just player locking, switching over to Ibra. Go for a cross. I mean, it's a good situation for him.
Speaking of the cross, it might be on here potentially with Di Lorenzo. Turns it back inside now for Brahim. Tonali, there's men over on this left-hand side. Hullet will find one of them in Ronaldinho. Looking for the pass, can't quite find it. Tries to force the issue. And Oberon will gladly pick that one up. That ball forward should be dealt with by Maldini. It will be dealt with by Maldini. Will be cleared away. It feels like Venezia and Kareem easing into the game just a little bit more now.
Yeah, there's a good driven pass. Could be the one.
Here we go. Dybala looking for the through ball to Ronaldinho.
Good Rado there with a nice interception.
Yeah, it's crucial.
I think it's also very clear that Oberon's first priority in terms of formations and tactics has been the narrow diamond, and it worked so well for him against Kareem last time they played. That was where he really impressed me, playing the narrow formation. It haven't worked as well here at the final 8, the final 4, but he's still trusting it here in the final. And so far, I think the tactic worked well for him, especially in the attack, which you don't expect to get a lot of chances in a final on this level. But I think been working quite well for him so far with the narrow diamond here.
Perisic in the middle here for Torino. Oberon looking for just that one chance to maybe find the lead, and could have come through the Frenchman Theo Hernandez there. The player switching is going to come on through. Is that cross going to come in? Maybe just baiting it out there. Getting Kareem thinking. Hullet now, back to Kessie. Now to Perisic and all the way along to Hullet. Once again trying to find the ball, but the defensive work from Kareem is solid. Neither player able to break the deadlock so far. We're nearly hitting 70 minutes and we're yet to see a goal.
Yeah, not the best pass here from Kessie. You want probably Perisic or Hullet to make that pass into the cap for one of the strikers. Again, just gets the ball back here. He's been good at that. He's been good at knowing when to push forward, push up with his centre backs or his defensive players. He has been playing on a very high level here. I know the result is 0-0, but both players has been playing well. That's a good ball.
Oh, it was such a good chance.
It's something that happens at times here. We've seen it with the crosses and stuff. You're not always sure about what you're gonna get from a header.
In that case, from Ruud Gullit, you get one that's way, way wide. Kareem will be thanking his lucky stars for that one. Hernandez back to Maldini now. Can he build an attack of his own? Definitely feels like Oberon has been the stronger of the side so far in this first leg, but has nothing to show for it so far. Venezia moving this one forward. Tonali back to Maldini now, just waiting for that opportunity. Tonali a little bit clunky on the ball, but can't find a pass. R9 into the feet of Gullit now, who can stretch his legs down this left-hand side. Maybe needs support from the fullback, but he's going to switch it inside to Ronaldinho! And Kareem finds the gap, he finds that pass. We said those gaps have not existed. They did for just a second. And you cannot give the Brazilian those chances in the box, and Kareem opens up with the first goal in this grand final.
I think what Alex said earlier about Kareem being so good at baiting and force opponent's defensive line out of position is exactly what he does here. And suddenly, out of nothing, Oberon has been defending perfectly, flawless. Like he didn't have a shot on the goal before now. But it's just that one moment where lack of concentration, or where you maybe oversee one vital thing, and he'll punish you. That's how Kareem is. That's just the quality he has. 1-0.
Kessie now on the edge. Can Oberon answer back here towards the end of the first leg? Kareem still in the lead. Kareem in possession. And shut down these lanes as best as he can, the man from Torino in Oberon. For the Venezia player, Kareem. A dream start to the final. Although that start didn't come in until around the 75th minute, of course, but now he has the ball in the 86th minute. He can hold this down, play for this final opportunity in this first leg. 2-goal lead. Wouldn't be insurmountable for Oberon, but it would definitely be a solid one for the side of Kareem. Tonali now. Back to Theo Hernandez, 89 minutes on the clock. It's ticking. Back inside now to Tonali. Stretches his legs forward. Ronaldinho with space on the left-hand side of this box, and he's just going to make his way through. That should be a corner ball to Venezia. Played short. Brahim now. Theo Hernandez. Got to play forward. Out wide now to Ronaldinho. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Moving left and right and scooping his way inside the box. You've got to go forward if you're Ronaldinho. Chips it into R9, turning, still in control of the ball. And what a save. Right now with another one, and this has to go forward once more for the side of Kareem. Raheem now whips it in, nobody there, and that will surely be that for the first leg. A moment towards the end where Kareem could have doubled his lead if it wasn't for a big save from the Frenchman in the back of that net. Big play from Kareem, but could not make it count. What a start to the grand final. You would argue that Oberon probably had some of the better chances, but it only takes Kareem one to make it 1-0.
Yeah, it seems like it kick-started him and really gave him the confidence that he needed to keep chasing that second goal. And he was close in the end. Again, he's so good in the box. He's so good at just looking at his opponent, which player is the opponent controlling. So he's so good at the same time protecting the ball, but also looking at where the cursor is of the opponent, and if it's the opponent who's pressuring him or if it's the AI. I mean, the way he's been multitasking on that and being able to work out and figure out angles that can give him goals and chances has been a different level, really.
It has been a different level, and I'm sure Alex and Zen would have seen a couple of things that we did not in that first leg of the grand final. They're going to speak about that right now.
Yeah, it was a bit of a cagey affair to start off with in the grand final, but it is Kareem who takes that 1-0 lead heading on to that second leg. And I think we just rewind it back to the first 15-20 minutes. We'll have the highlights in a very short while. Kareem started off very nervous.
Yeah, he was definitely nervous. I heard the Italian casters saying that Karim wanted in this final anyone but Auburn, and of course he got his nemesis probably in this grand final, and he was nervous in the first few minutes. I think in the 5th minute Auburn had maybe the best chance in the game. He also put managed to put the opponent's Magnan sitting on the floor in that occasion, but couldn't actually score. And of course, if you don't hit the lion while it's wounded, he will definitely hit you later, and that's what happened. That's what happened in this first game.
Exactly, and that's something that me and Zen, as we were watching that, we were speaking about. You felt like if Auburn's going to take control of this tie, he had to score in these moments when Karim was taking a long time to get going. You can see Magnan dropping down to the deck, but really Karim doing very well to position his defence the way he did, just to stop that from going through and finding the attacker for the simple tap-in. And Karim, you know, his backs were up against the wall. He was really struggling to get going, but Auburn just could not take advantage of that. And you can see the different sort of play styles looking for that player lock, as Aggie said. Auburn trying to do a little bit more, trying to bring something more to the table. He hasn't been doing that enough throughout this tournament. In this tournament so far, he's had to chase back the goals and the leads, which he's got to do again here in this grand final. However, it is Karim who just held on, and then he found his way into that 18-yard box. You can just see he baits it out, he makes that man turn. The driven pass, Ronaldinho on the weak foot, as simple as you like. And Karim really was a little bit disappointed to not maybe have a second goal in this leg. But, as I said, he started off slow, he grew into the game, and if Karim is if he's got confidence oozing through his veins, he's a very difficult man to stop.
Oh yeah, and we saw actually he had a couple of chances more that could actually put him in a more comfortable lead in going into, of course, this second leg. But if, of course, we have the St. Mark's Lion on the side of Venezia, on the other side we have the Torino Bull, the Granata Taurus, that, of course, you know, Alex, a bull is very, very dangerous when he's angry, and I think Auburn still has a chance. Of course, he showed today and yesterday as well that he is probably the best player in high-pressure situation. He always manages to reopen the games, and this is a narrow lead for Venezia. Only one goal scored so far, so I think this is still anyone's game, Alex, absolutely.
Well, if there's anyone that's going to be in a grand final who's got to come back from a losing position to win it, Auburn's the man that you'd be picking in that seat for you.
Absolutely.
So he's going to recall back on those previous games, the previous experiences, and go, you know what? I've been here plenty of times before throughout the eSerie A team. Let's why not do it again for one final time? But I am going to ask you, Zen, is he going to do it? Will Auburn pull this one back?
Ah, man, this is the most difficult question you have asked me so far in this whole tournament. And honestly, if I look back on the last time those two players met, it was the winner bracket. It was again Torino versus Venezia, and Auburn managed to not only win against Karim, but also left him scoreless in 2 games. This time, we can already say he couldn't, so I think Karim possibly is gonna come out on top.
Well, you let us know who do you think is going to come out on top, and we're going to pass it back over to Chris and Aggie for the final time today for the second leg of the grand final.
Well, it is do or die time for the man from Torino and Auburn here, isn't it? It has to be done now. Karim in the lead after one leg, and he will be feeling the more confident heading into the second one, which we are loading into now. The final game in the eSerie A season. And it's such a hard one to call still. I know Karim with that advantage, but Auburn definitely did have his opportunities. That big one that we talked about as well, that should have been converted. It was not. You've got to imagine he's going to have some more of those chances here, Aggie.
Yeah, and he's been doing it before. I mean, being behind and coming back. So
he's done it in every game so far this week.
Exactly. So That's why it's hard to call him out. It's not necessarily what we want to do just yet. There's going to be opportunities for both players, for sure. I think it's going to be very important for the match how Kareem is going to approach the start of the match, because if he continues like he did in the end of the first leg, it's going to be very tough for Oberon.
Could be a long day for him. If Oberon can find a goal here, it's going to be heading towards the back post. Ibrahimovic is there. Perisic will retake possession though. Going to Reno. Out to Ibra once more. Sweet trying to get something going there with the L2 fake shot. Not going to work out this time around. Ball given away though. Madrado on his way back will intercept it. Eventually finds his way towards Perisic. Is that a foul? It is not. Oberon will not be able to get a hold of the ball, and Kareem can potentially counter-attack here. Player switching coming on through, and there's a little bit of space here for R9 or Hullet, whichever way that Brahim wants to go. So Hullet now back to Brahim. Men back in numbers now for Torino. Teo Hernandez.
Just waiting here, recycling it. Smart play. And you can see, just loses it there, but you can see what he wants to. He wants once again to bait. He's looking for the right opportunity, and this could be it for Oberon.
Ibra here. Can the defender get across? Yes, he can. Well defended by Kareem. Big moment. Ronaldinho now from the corner will pass it inside to Koulibaly. It's going to find its way to Perisic, and all of a sudden Oberon has a goal. It's from absolutely nothing. The corner gets passed across. The assist for Koulibaly, the goal for Ivan Perisic levels things up here for Oberon.
It looks so simple, just getting so much space and allowing him to just run inside the box and make a short pass. I can understand if you allowed the cross coming to the forward post, but it's like a thumb rule. You need to apply some pressure on your opponent if he's taking the ball short on a corner, and he doesn't manage to do that there, and in a final against a player like Oberon, he'll take that.
He'll take those chances all day long. And now we are level. Can Kareem respond in turn? To Nolan. Ball forward now to Di Lorenzo. The fullback's getting involved, which is going to open up a little bit of space now. Brahim to Dybala. The Argentinian getting away down this right-hand side. Back to Di Lorenzo. The pass back is poor. Torino will survive this attack and get the counter themselves here. Ronaldinho, is he going to get away? Maybe just into space. Maybe orchestrate this attack.
He's playing very well right now, Oberon. Once again, off to a good start off the second leg here. Trying to do the sprint boost here. Yeah, quite a lot. These two matches, and it seems like he's starting to show all the things that he can also do on the virtual pitch, because we haven't seen it a lot until the final here. So maybe a little bit of an element of a surprise.
Is it going to be there for R9? The pass inside finds his way through. Back to Ronaldinho. Well defended by the side of Venezia, and from Kareem. A little bit of possession I don't think would go as awry here for Kareem, but it's going to be the ball forward here to Dybala. Back inside now. Tonali. There's a bit of space there for Ronaldinho momentarily, but Dybala will get a hold of it. He does have a wicked left peg on him, we know that. Di Lorenzo. Back inside to Tonali. The attacking momentum may be building here for Kareem. He had that lead, it's now gone. 30 minutes in. It's an even game so far. Tonali back inside to Hull, a little bit of room to play with. Yeah, well defended there by the side of Oberon. Koulibaly gets across, and it's just good defending from both players every time that one comes forward to attack.
I think they definitely have shown why they are the two best players currently in Italy. Really closing each other out well, but also looking dangerous every time they get the ball. They really are. It's a good pass.
Oh, it's a good ball. R9 just chooses the wrong way. Is this a counter-attacking opportunity? The defender steps up to stop the ball being clipped over the top there for Dybala. Well, it will have to recycle this one, although it doesn't have too many options. One of them is Tonali in the middle and loses it. A heavy touch that R9 will snap up all day long. Now all of a sudden there's a little bit of room here for Torino to play with. Ibrahimovic. Pass inside R9 is potentially on. Does go for the shot, and well, Magnan will happily gather that one all day long.
Just building it up here. Tonali short passing.
And let's see what Brahim can do with it out here. He has enjoyed using this Brahim item so far. Back inside to Tonali. Now a little bit of room here for Hullet as the pass finds his way in. And R9 in the box! And it's just that little bit of room for the midfielder who can find the pass into the Brazilian. And it's all from the run down the right-hand side. Brahim has been such a catalyst for Kareem. But it's R9 with the cherry on top. And there's 2-1 lead now for the side of Venezia and for Kareem. And for Auburn, he has to do it all again.
Yeah, it's a very nice goal once again, just working the ball into the box and finding R9, and that's obviously the player you want to have there, receiving the ball, go both ways. Just somehow find the angle. I thought almost that Auburn had closed the far post. Kareem just finds this angle, and then it's an easy goal for him. Very well worked, but on the other hand here.
Ibrahimovic is in, left-footed shot, and there you go, out of nothing. And Kareem can only sigh. It's a mistake from his side, I think, to leave the Swede on his own. It's a chance out of nothing that Kareem will concede. It's a ball or it's a left-footed strike. It's as simple as you're likely to see all weekend long. And once again, Auburn ties things up.
I feel like both players defensively on the two recent goals is doing everything right. It seems like they read what the opponent's actually going to do. I like the ball roll here he just does, Auburn, because he wants he's pretty sure that Kareem is going to commit there to the near post shot, but he doesn't. He actually responds to that, but somehow he finds the angle as well. So two similar goals in terms of decision making inside the box, and yeah, just goes to show how well these two players are playing right now.
Very, very close between these two players. What can Kareem conjure up here? A frustrating half for him. I think it's been quite back and forth, and has to be said. But I think the annoyance will be in the sense that, especially that last goal would have felt a little bit easily given away.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also been interesting to see the two contrasts of the player, the way they are mentally behaving under a final, and how their body languages are. It's two totally different styles, which just shows that you can be both kinds of a player and still win titles or be very close.
Well, there's only a half maybe that is going to separate these two, but Brahim here again. Croquettering his way through. It's R9 inside the box. He's found him once more. Which way is he going to go with it? Is it going to fall here to Ronaldinho inside the box this time for Kareem? It's a little bit of luck that it falls his way. But every time that Kareem gets a sight of goal, the ball hits the back of the net. He's in the lead again.
Wow. These last 10 minutes of this match has been extraordinary. Just goals, goals, goals. And of course a little bit fortunate here for Kareem, but usually the one who gets fortunate are the ones that are searching for these margins, and he takes them. You have to do it, and that's also what competitive FIFA is. There will be margins, and what matters is that you take them and not your opponent.
Well, for Auburn, 55 minutes gone in this second leg. Can he find a route through? Well, he's actually just going to give the ball away here. The run from R9 was tantalizing maybe for della, but he plays it inside here, does Kareem. Hernandez now will probably go back to his defenders. Here we go. Maldini will switch this one across. Keeping a hold of the ball as much as he can. Gives Auburn less of a chance to find a route back in, but this ball forward to Dybala could be even a harder hill to climb for the side of Auburn. Not quite this time around. The chance looked like it was maybe going to present itself. The ball will be played out now to Cuadrado. Auburn trying to get back into it. Well played from the side of Hullet and for Kareem. Ronaldinho now down this left-hand side. Defenders out of position. Can he punish? Just choose not to this time. Hullet to Tonali as the ball on out wide to Dybala, and that seems to be the way he's wanting to go. But Hullet now in the middle. Feels like Kareem's controlling this one just a little bit better. Dybala, oh, he finds the pass inside through the legs of Ruud Gullit. R9 now back to Tonali, building this pressure as best as he can, but Auburn defending well.
As we're sitting very, very tight in defense right now, and it has to, because if Kareem gets another one, it's starting to look very difficult for him to have any hope of getting back into this match. So need to be picture perfect here in defense.
Raheem into Gullit, looking for the pass forward to R9. He was just waiting for that movement to find its way through, but Ibrahimovic is going to skip by his defender here down this right-hand side for Auburn. 66 minutes gone.
Yeah, just waiting here again, recycling the game, not allowing him to go forward, counter-attack, forces him to go back and build it up properly.
Gullit trying to get the speed boost, well defended by Kareem. Is this potential counter-attacking opportunity? R9 heads it back now to Dybala. Now Brahim spreads it out wide, and I think if you're Kareem, you'd start to take your time maybe a little bit more here. All the time in the world to maybe try and find another, and that's the kind of pass you would not expect from Tonali. Perisic now. Oh, Tonali wins it back and then gives it away. Oh, he might be coming off after this for Kareem. Ball forward to Perisic. He's got room to play with in front of him here. R9 and Ronaldinho are the options. Gullit now. Back to Perisic. The free kick was on option there for Auburn, but it's R9, the reverse elastico to Gullit. Was looking for the pass of Ronaldinho and just about gets there. 15 in-game minutes to go.
Yeah, it was close. But just the last second interception from Di Lorenzo before he had the opportunity to find a free run. But on the other hand here, Kareem, this game has been in a very high tempo. Both players are not willing to slow down at all. Maybe we'll see Kareem start to do it soon. At least we'll have the pause here and see some tactical changes open. It's probably gonna switch, maybe potentially to the 3-5-2. Has been so good for him when he's...
It is looking that way. It is looking that way. It's a 4-3-2-1 for the side of Kareem. Looks like a swap maybe coming on through for Ibrahimovic. Maybe a bit more physicality on the side of Kareem. Or for Torino and for Auburn.
That's a wise decision. I think
yeah.
Ibra is going to play an important part for him in terms of playing out of the constant pressure. Because of his height, his physicality, you can always just clear the ball up to him. And
knock it down.
He'll usually win it. That's a good way to play out of the pressure without taking any risks. I think that's the plan now for Kareem. Because he knows that the constant pressure will come, the team press will come. A lot of players going forward will come. So he'll have to be very cautious when he's in possession.
The changes afoot for both players. 13 in-game minutes. For Auburn to first of all win the ball back. And then try and find a goal to force extra time. But Ibrahimovic was plenty of space! Oh, and that might have been the moment. It just opens up for Kareem, and you've got to walk through those doors if they open for you. Ibrahimovic can't find the bottom corner. And now it's moving forward here for the side of Auburn. Mkhitaryan skips by. Ball back in here. Ronaldinho in the box. Tries to go for the pass across, but it's going to have to go back to Kessie. Now Ronaldinho back inside to Ibrahimovic. And it's Auburn who finds the goal back. Back and forth we go. And Ibra gets the job done at one end, but he could have killed the game off at the other.
What a final. I mean, first we see the finesse shot there from Kareem, and it's so close at time green. Everything is timed perfect. And Auburn there, just playing it around in the box, just working so hard to find an angle where he can shoot from. And at the end, he finds that angle, takes the game back. Wow, what a final this has been. It's been on an extremely high level. Both players been doing magical things with the ball. And now they only have 9 minutes left.
Will anyone be able to find a goal in these final 9 minutes? Crucially for Kareem, He's the one with kickoff. He's the one has the 9 minutes. He has the first possession of the ball. Auburn will have to fight back for it.
And he's going to play his chance. I don't think he's going to try to take the last attack or anything. It just doesn't seem to be his style. I think he's going to play it impulsive. If he feels that the opportunity is there, he's going to go for it regardless of what the clock says. If he just waiting it out. See, Auburn is sitting deep because he knows. Do not concede.
Yeah, do not concede. 6 minutes have gone in the 80. There's 4 minutes remaining here for, well, what will be presumably the final attack from Kareem. Spreading the play, keeping hold of the ball as best as he possibly can. 88 minutes gone. Final attack imminent for the side of Kareem. Could this be the final play that makes him the eSerie A champion here in 2022? Tonali now moves this one forward. Hernandez may well just stop putting the afterburners on here now as Ibrahimovic glides into space. That Hullet is also going to find, but also going to find himself in extra time. Nothing comes of that final attack. Kareem has had the lead 3 times, but Auburn,
he refuses to give up.
He's the Iceman. This guy just does not give up. Every time he is behind, he will find a way back. And we're going to have 30 extra minutes to decide who walks away with this one. And, well, we haven't seen penalties once this weekend.
It would be, for the viewers, it would be amazing.
For us, it would be great.
For the players, I think they would want to determine the game without PKs. But obviously, they've been so good at creating chances against each other. They've been matching each other. So it could definitely look like they would head into penalties unless one of them have a magical trick in their sleeve.
Yeah. You got a rabbit to pull out the hat for either one of these players. Into extra time we go. Ball going to be played forward. It's going to be first opportunity here straight away for the side of Auburn. It's a big save from Magnan. And just about gets it away for the side of Kareem. The defense opening up like the Red Sea there. As all of a sudden, it was a huge opportunity for Torino and for Auburn, but Venezia survive.
Yeah, I mean, what a save by Magnan there. If Ibra didn't took a kind of bad first touch there, I think he would have scored. But again, it's margins. And a very, very big chance for Auburn. I mean, I think it's impossible to call right now which way this game is going.
So hard to call. If you're Kareem, maybe you don't want to offer Auburn another opportunity to have to see a good save come in from Magnan, but you will maybe see that other opportunity now as the ball is being given away. Kessie to Koulibaly. Recycling this one forward. 5 minutes or so remaining here in the first half of extra time, which just seems to go by in the blink of an eye. Out wide now to Dybala. Cuts himself inside. Ronaldinho playing out position. Kessie not able to get there though, so that final attack we talk about has been exchanged time and time again. And it might just come here for Ibrahimovic. The ball onto R9. It's got to be it. And the header can be there for Ronaldinho. The option was on. Doesn't take the chance. And that final chance now will go to Torino.
Yeah, I understood the idea, what he wanted to do there, but I think maybe he could have gone for the driven pass there instead of the high through ball, but it's easy to be.
Yeah, in those moments.
Yeah, it's easy to sit here and say.
That final moment is not going to come in this half of extra time, no. Very, very tense between these two. Huge opportunity for Auburn to start that half off. It's going to be on the side of Kareem, though, with the initial possession to see what he can do in this half.
And then the question is, if they go to pen, who would you back? Just like looking at, like, Auburn's been looking very calm, right?
Auburn took a great penalty before. because for you guys at home as well, obviously the indicator is not there for where you are aiming in the competitive mode, and he stuck it in the bottom corner. We haven't seen anything from Kareem in that sense yet.
He didn't even have to
No, he hasn't
prove
had
it
to.
because he's been so good. So 15 minutes.
I wonder, Di Lorenzo on for the side of Oberyn, or the Torino club here. 15 minutes is all we have. Oh, it's been given away. Hullet's touch is just bewildering from the moment's item. Now it's going to potentially leave some doors open for the side of Torino and for Oberyn. 109 minutes gone. 10 in-game remaining. It's actually going to be one there. It's going to be Ibrahimovic to send Keita Balde out on this right-hand side. The pace is there. Can he find his way through? He's just been jinking his way. And it just felt like the door was maybe going to open. A huge slide challenge going to come on through from Tonali. And the advantage is going to be played R9 in acres of space. Koulibaly having to get back here against the Brazilian. Mkhitaryan now finds his way in. It's a big tackle from Hullet. Finds his way into Mkhitaryan once more. Koulibaly is there. 113 minutes gone. It's so hard to call, and I tell you what, both of the teams are really going for it. Kessie's going to win the ball back here, though, for Torino. Out wide now to Mkhitaryan.
Pressure's on.
Really, the pressure is on. 5 in-game minutes remain in this final. Mkhitaryan, he spun the defender, and he can't get it past him. Di Lorenzo will collect it. 116 minutes now. The pressure that Oberyn has been putting on Kareem has been relentless. He's been sending it to try and get a hold of this ball. Kareem will break the press, and you can see in the top left corner a sigh of relief from him. The Venezia man may well get this final attack. 119 minutes gone. Di Lorenzo. Back to Koulibaly. This will be one final opportunity before we see penalties. The ball out wide to Mkhitaryan is solid. Mkhitaryan ghosting into the box. He finds nothing. The ball is going to be played out. Which way is it going to go? It's going to go backwards. We will see penalties.
Wow. They have to be ready instantly here. Yeah, wow. What an ending. What an ending to this match. What an ending. Like, so many good opportunities there, and you could also kind of start to feel, but let's get into it here.
Here we go. First one is going to be for the Torino man. It's saved by Venezia. Kareem with the first save and the opportunity to answer back. R9 to take his, and down in the left corner it goes. 1-0 to Venezia. Now an opportunity for Torino to answer back with Oberyn. Yes, he will. And it will be R9. It's a fine one for him, but can the lead be restored by Ruud Gullit here for Venezia? Yes, it can. Brilliant penalties as we head into the next one. Kessie for Torino, down to the right-hand side, but still that lead for Venezia will be here. If Ibrahimovic can convert this one, he can do. Into the bottom right corner. Gullit now to take one for Torino. This is a huge penalty to take, goes the right way, and now for Kareem. It's not the winning moment just yet. Ibrahimovic, though, will put him in such a good spot to do so, but it's going to be Oberyn to save it. Ibrahimovic now for the side of Torino, goes the right way. Kareem must score. Tonali to take the penalty, goes left, and Oberyn wins it on penalties. He was down all the way through, but the man from Torino will be your eSerie A champion here in Milan.
Wow. What a final. What a penalty shootout. And how many times has Oberyn got to dig so deep mentally, find so many new ways of getting back into a match. And he's keep doing it. He's been doing it every game. He's not lost one single match in the winner's bracket. He's gone straight on. And now he's the champion. And I mean, what a final commiseration, because Kareem was playing on an exceptional high level. But wow, lost for words. FIFA esports just shows once again what it can do.
Crazy. absolutely crazy. And I honestly, we can see on our screens that Oberon now being interviewed by our Italian colleagues, but I think it's time for us to close it out from myself and Aggie. We'll hand it back to the studio because my voice is touched at this point, but congratulations to Oberon, Alex, and Zen to break down the rest of the day.
I don't think we could have asked for a better final. Zen.
I mean, this was the best possible final. Probably we had so many roller coasters in this game. I mean, Karim, what a shame for him. What a shame because he was up not once, not twice, 3 times against Oberon, and also in the penalty shootout. Lady Luck was not smiling for Venezia this time, but yeah, big compliments to Oberon. He is our new champion, and I think given his journey, he absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, and like Aggie said, Oberon throughout the whole entire of this tournament really has had times where he's had to just come back from behind, but he has not lost a game of FIFA across the 2 legs, and he did exactly that again here against Karim in that final. So he is our eSerie A Team 2022 champion. Commiserations to Karim, who obviously secures that guaranteed playoff spot already, but he's going to be so disappointed to not get that one over the line. Oberon just doing enough. Penalty shootout, the first penalty, he steps up, takes that shot, goalkeeper saves it, but then after that, calm, collected. As you can see, the celebrations going on in the studio with all of the Italian casters, presenters, players, teammates, everyone that's took a part in making all this happen. A massive congratulations to Oberon, who will be over the moon actually for Torino as well. And what a display that is.
Yeah, it was a hell of a game. I mean, this second leg especially was a big roller coaster. Oberon played his heart out, and I think in the end he probably deserved it. Yeah, I mean, it was anyone's game. Honestly, I would say the same things if the winner was Karim here, because they gave us a memorable show in this grand final. Of course, one is gonna win in the end, and one, of course, is gonna be so sad for his loss. But I think eSport is winning today because the show was memorable, Alex. Just memorable.
It definitely was, and for Italian FIFA esports to have those level of players in Oberon and Karim in the final, showing how good they both were, is definitely something that Italy as a nation can be very, very proud of. But obviously, you know, club that you support and whatnot, no one wants to decide anything via a penalty shootout, so a little bit sad to see it go that way. Obviously, for the competitors, Oberon being a very, very happy man, and obviously Karim will be very disappointed with that. He had that chance, obviously, with Ibrahimovic, took the finesse shot, green times, it goes wide. Next thing you know, down the other end, Oberon grabs that goal and manages to bring it back, and obviously, get that tie and take it all the way through to extra time, which, I mean, the way that both players kind of went about it, two very contrasting, I'd say, in terms of the one was so emotional, and in Karim, obviously there, and obviously coach next to him doing such a good job to try and keep him calm. But then obviously for Oberon, he never really looked too bothered. If he went down, he wasn't too frustrated, was he? He felt comfortable that he'd always find that way back into the game.
Yeah, even until I think it was the third or the fourth penalty. He was about to lose this game once again, and in the end he managed to score twice, the last 2 penalties, which are of course the most important ones, and then of course saving the last 2 was at the same time very crucial for him and this victory. And I think the display of skills by those 2 guys was exceptional in this grand final. It was the best possible final. I'm gonna say it once again. And just the show was memorable. Guys, I think that if you didn't like FIFA esports until now you have a reason to love it. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And if we recap, we all had a bit of our predictions on who we thought was going to go.
I
through.
won my prediction. Yeah, I'm so happy.
And it was Chris, Aggie, and Zen who said that it would be Oberon. It was myself that went with Kareem, and obviously Kareem just coming short. As we've got some of the highlights here for you, just showing that extent. So that was Ibrahimovic coming up in the 81st minute for Oberon, just grabbing that equaliser, which obviously was so crucial. Kareem maybe feeling a little bit hard done by, and that was one of the big penalties. Obviously, Kareem not putting that one in, and then the final penalty coming up for us now. And he comes in with a huge save. Penalties, maybe players have done their research, known a little bit against each other and what ways they like to go and creature comfort, because Oberon went down to that right-hand side so many times throughout that penalty shootout where Kareem is going, he's going to go left, because he just kept going right, but he didn't. He stuck to his guns and managed to do enough to win that. But as I said, massive congratulations to Oberon, who is our eSerie A 2022 champion, who does take over the €15,000 prize pool and also the guaranteed FGS spot. And commiserations, obviously, to Kareem is back. And well done to all the players and competitors that took part throughout this tournament. And for the final time here in Milan, it's going to be a very good night. And thank you all for tuning in from everyone here in the studio. Say good night, and we'll see you next time.